19 meeting of Mount Pleasant Town Council. Our agenda has been published and is before you. Item number 1 is a prayer by Chaplain Judith Ewing, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Mayor Pro Tem Gary Santos. Please stand.
Please bow your heads. Almighty God, send down upon those who hold office in this city of Mount Pleasant the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. Fill each person here today with a determination to do what is right for this special place we all call home. Especially be with our Mayor, Will Haney, in his leadership. Finally, teach your people to rely on your strength and to accept their responsibilities to their fellow citizens, that they may support trustworthy leaders who will make wise decisions for the well-being of our society, so that we may serve you faithfully in our generation and honor your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3 on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. The agenda is approved. Item number 4, public hearings, awards, and presentations. I believe the first thing we're going to do is the Shem Creek Study Advisory Committee report.
I feel somewhat strange with my back to you folks, so I have to apologize first. Stand, please? Oh, stand, please.
Oh, that was cold. That was cold.
Like I haven't heard that joke before, right? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cheryl Woods Flowers, and I am the elected chair of the Shem Creek Task Force. I'm not sure why they elected me, but I can tell you that it's just been a great group of people to work with, and it's been my pleasure to be part of it. The Shem Creek Task Force was appointed by Mayor Linda Page in 2016, so we've been hanging out together now for 3 solid years. I think it was just about this time in 2016 that we were appointed. Our mission was to develop recommendations to preserve, promote, and protect the unique history, nature, and economy of the Shem Creek study area, and to preserve its character as a working creek. Excuse me. Members were nominated by Town Council and met monthly to prepare a recommendation report, which was delivered to Town Council in 2017. If members from the group are here, if you would stand so you can be recognized. Thank you. The principal recommendation was to hire a consultant to develop a special area plan for the study area. In 2018, the town contracted with Cranston Engineering for this purpose. The task force developed into the Shem Creek Advisory Committee and has been working in conjunction with the consulting team to develop the special area plan. The members of the consulting team who are going to make a presentation are as follows: Matt Randall, Tom Robertson, John Lane, and Jim Hartling. So I'm going to go ahead and get them to come up so they can make the presentation to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'm Tom Robertson, and I'm the only one that's going to come up here, I think. We do have a planner, engineer, architect, and economist on our team, and those are some of the ones that she pointed out here a few minutes ago. This will be a summary of the draft recommendations that we will present to the Study Advisory Committee tomorrow. You have report number 4 before you, which is a little more detailed outline of what we're going to talk about here in the next few minutes. We do appreciate the opportunity of helping out the town with this important plan for really the heart of your community. Cheryl talked about the mission, and this mission was tweaked a little bit as we got into the work to preserve, promote, and protect the unique history, nature, and economy of the Shem Creek Study Area, and to maintain its character as a working creek. In order to approach that subject, we did divide the subject matter into 6 parts, or 5 parts actually, and over time, the timeline goes from beginning in December of 2018 up until now, and we expect to finish next month. Shem Creek use and protection being the first and maybe foremost one, private use and development of the lands nearby, the community character and amenity of the area, access and parking issues, and then finally development and use regulations for the future. We spent the first couple of months, December and January, in assembling base data, getting to know the area, interviewing a lot of folks in the community, including some of you. We raised some issues and then dealt with opportunities, presented those in some scenarios last month, and we're really on the cusp of making some recommendations subject to your input and the input of the community as well as the committee. In assembling that information, we made a written report basically at each stage, and all of those are on the town website. Report 1 really came up with what was going on the water, what was going on adjacent to the water, the environment, the character of the community from an architectural and urban design point of view, parking issues, regulations, and so forth. We conducted over 30 key stakeholder interviews along the way, and then identified 27 particular opportunities that you could do or not do to improve the area, and we presented those in Report 2. We then outlined 3 different scenarios and presented a written report of those as well. We presented those in the second public meeting and received a bunch of comments on those, which I'll go for in a minute. We did meet with the Study Advisory Committee on 5 occasions so far, with about 2 left to go. And again, all that's on the town website. And this process has led to this draft recommendations that we're talking about now. The public meeting was last month, and then following that, your staff did put a questionnaire online, which was well received, and I think they did a great job of that. Scenario 1, we called Existing Trends Extended. That would be what would happen if you really didn't do anything different from what you're doing now. What would the future look like? Scenario 2 for the future was if the focus of the plan were to give priority to the working waterfront, then what might happen in that? And scenario 3 was more aggressive to proactively manage the study area growth, which is likely to occur over time. And as you can see by this little diagram here, we asked folks to vote whether they would support, can live with, or oppose these various scenarios. And it was pretty clear that for scenario 2, supporting and giving priority to the working waterfront, 82% of people either supported that or could live with that. So we used scenario 2 as the basis for the recommendations going forward. By contrast, you can notice that a lot of folks on scenario 1 didn't want to keep on doing what you're doing now. It's pretty clear that that was opposed by most. And then scenario 3, there were some things that were maybe a little outside the box that folks didn't really like so much, and that's been opposed by some of those. Although a few of those could be added on in the future if you should change your mind about that. So in summary, the plan has about 6 basic ideas that are all related to giving the biggest priority to supporting and enhancing the maritime uses. Because truly, without commercial use, no fishing, no working creek. No working creek, no dredge channel. It's the dredging of the channel and its benefits are based on the commercial use of the waterway. So that's sort of a chicken and the egg situation and lies, we think, at kind of the heart of the matter. And then the creek is a very popular spot. It has paddle boards and motorboats and shrimp boats and sailboats and what have you, all in a very small area. And so there's been a concern about safety for those, and we think that some management issues in the town staffing can handle that. Of course, support for the fishing industry because they need to have a place to operate from. And that's essential infrastructure that's located along the creek needs to be preserved in some manner. And in fact, you're really at a tipping point, we feel like, because there's almost no land left for any of those things. And if those things are lost, then maybe that fishing industry might be lost as well. We're recommending encouraging public access continued along the creek and along the marshlands along Shem Creek. You've done a great job with your park and boardwalk system over there, and we're recommending in this plan that that be expanded and so that it becomes an internal pedestrian network that connects everything together without having to get in your car and drive from one spot to the next. And then parking. Somebody told us very vividly that basically you're a victim of your own success. That means that it's a very popular spot to go. You've got 16 restaurants and bars there. Everyone comes in a car and everyone goes to a specific spot, or if not to that spot, they have to park in some neighbor's parking lot or either on the street. So that is an issue that we feel like can be handled through some cooperative management system with existing businesses, owners, and participation from the town. The Harry Hallman Jr. boat ramp is another issue. It's also a very popular spot, but it provides access, and really the only access in this area for boat launching. You might say, well, maybe there's another place nearby that could be done, but really it's pretty much it. And so that should be improved, we think. Everyone knows that parking is inadequate there, and additional boat trailer parking will be necessary, particularly as that area redevelops according to the Boulevard plan, and the overflow parking in Moultrie Plaza will probably not be there forever. And finally, we think that the overlay zone in your regulations should be updated. Basically, the waterfront overlay zone really has no teeth in it at all right now. It just provides a couple of things, prohibiting jet skis and a few other things, but we feel like that a better set of rules so that folks know what's allowed and what's not, and so you don't have as many conflicts come up. A couple of images that show those. This is a little 3D model that we made of the area there, a couple of samples of that. You got the area of the essentially the restaurant area there. There's a lot of rafting that goes on there, and that's sort of the centroid of the problem spot. Or some management things can help that. Another couple of things is water quality from upstream. That's leading into the area from the large watershed. That's not part of the scope of this plan, but it is the scope of the task force to deal separately with that, as well as Crab Bank at the mouth of the creek too. There's important infrastructure there at the Wando Dock area, which is at the end of Hadrill Street, of course, there. And this plan shows a way that might be fixed up and used for the future. Looking at it from the downstream point of view, this is the boat landings on the left. We see an additional launch dock there, as well as some parking infrastructure for the boat trailer parking. There are currently about 28 spaces operated by the county. We think that can be expanded without taking there would have to be some property acquisition, but no houses. Could be expanded to 70 or 65 to 70 spaces there, along with some public parking for overflow of the businesses in the area of about 70 spaces on that site. In summary, that's where we stand right now, talking about this draft to the Study Advisory Committee tomorrow. They will be giving us some guidance, and hopefully we'll get some from you as well. And in about a month from now, we would expect to have a final report that would have more details of all of this as we go along. We will meet one more time in July with the committee and then present a final report about the third week of July. How did we do that? Okay, I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
There might be a few, we were trying to keep this short. This is not the detailed meeting. Are there any like 10,000-foot level questions or, yes, sir, Mr. Kane?
Sir, did you look at the kayaking issue and the safety aspects at all?
We did. What we feel like there is that the kayakers, those folks, the renters may not even really be familiar with the rules of the road. We think that those uses should be confined to the sides of the channel. We're also going to recommend that the council consider hiring a new staff person, a harbor master, or maybe that's a police officer with patrol responsibilities and be responsible for the entire safety and management of the harbor itself. And so that the paddleboard is really part of the whole puzzle there, I think.
Okay, thank you.
All right, none other. Thank you very much. We look forward to continuing in the process.
Okay,
And
thank you.
again, thanks to everybody on the task force for your hard work on that. Thank you. All right, we are still in item 4 on the agenda. Do we have other awards or presentations? Okay. This moves us to item 5 on the agenda, which is approval of minutes from the April 23rd, 2019 special town council meeting, the May 14th, 2019 regular town council meeting, and the May 2019 financial statement.
So move.
Second.
All right, I found one amendment. We have a motion and a second. I have one amendment to the Tuesday, May 14th minutes. And that is on page 30 of 38. And it says, he asked the chair of the Bids and Purchases Committee, Mr. Bremer. And it should be, he asked the chair of the Bids and Purchases Committee, Mr. Owens.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I guess we vote on that first?
Well, I'm asking to amend the minutes, so that's a motion from me. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? So we will vote on the amendment first. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the amendment passes. So now we have a motion and a second to accept the minutes as amended. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll be voting against it, mainly because this is the first time we're going to see our new minutes that are extremely abbreviated, takes away public access to what we do here, and I voted against it when we voted to change it. I'll be voting against the minutes because as far as I'm concerned, they're incomplete.
Any other comments? All in favor of the motion to approve the minutes as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion passes 8-1. Thank you. This moves us to public comment. Item number 6 on the agenda. It has been announced in the past that at this meeting, all public comment would come in this section. There are many reasons for doing that. One is it guarantees that you get heard should something be deferred or tabled or something like that. So we ask everyone to come when it's your time. After the first speaker, you'll hear, how many do we have signed up? A good many?
Almost 20.
Okay, almost 20. So When you hear a name called, that's the next person who will, in effect, be the on-deck batter, so don't get confused by that. We ask you to come and stand. When that person's finished speaking, then you can move right up. Give your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, and where's the light? The light is right there. All right?
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor suggested, I'll call two at a time. First is Reese Artigues, and on deck, Nathan Hams.
Good evening, Reese Artigues, 1047 Governor's Road. Mr. Bremer, 2 years ago, you gave a very sincere explanation of the conflict you were struggling with while you considered your vote for putting before the voters a referendum to decide if we wanted a change in our form of government. All a yes vote that night would have done would allow the citizens to decide if they wanted to be governed in a different manner. Mr. Bremer, you denied us that right that night. But you also said you got the message. You said 8,300 certified signatures could not and would not be ignored. You said we needed more balanced representation. That night, when your four present council colleagues spoke on the issue, they tried to hide their joy and our group's coming up short, but their arrogance and disingenuous comments did not fool anyone. That is who they are. I expected more from you, Mr. Brenner. I expected nothing from them. They are not leaders. They were all recruited into their roles by an activist group. They are mere puppets. Now Haney and Bustos have been ordered by their activist boss to ask voters to allow for a strong mayor form of government. These two men should be forced to walk around town and collect 9,000 certified signatures before a strong mayor format ever goes before the public in a referendum. See, reactionary leadership quickly runs its course. Growth within the municipal limits has been stopped by Save Shem Creek and its appointed council members. There is nothing more to say no to. We are seeing a leadership void on council now that the so-called anti-growth mandate has been addressed. We are also seeing on the front page of our paper the petty nature of these men that clearly have no vision for leading our town into the future. Mr. Bremer, take the lead. Keep your word. Form a committee of citizens
Mr.
to
Artigues.
study alternative forms of government for our town.
Mr. Hams. On deck, Sean Barnes.
How are you, Mayor? Councilmen and women, administrative. My dad owns the Teaser 2 on Shem Creek. He's owned it.
Would you give us your name and address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nathan Hammis, 1700 Whipple Road.
Thank you.
My dad owns the Teaser 2 on Shem Creek. He's been there since 1986. I watched that creek go from impassable, from shrimp boats to cleared out, and it's really sad. And I've seen what y'all have done in the last 3 years. I've seen my pay significantly go up. My workload has gone up. We're going to do $1 million this year. I'm a construction worker. You know, I'm not going to make $1 million. Me and my partner are going to pay our people, and you know how that works. But y'all are doing a great job. I'd really like to see some more cohesion. Y'all are well respected in this town, each and every one of you. I look up to each and every one of you. I mean, y'all are rock stars to me. So just keep in mind that there are people that are here and have been here for a long time that still have faith in this system and y'all. And, you know, people make mistakes. We all do. It happens, you know. It's just how we move through them. Admit it, be honest, work through it, unite, and overcome it. And civil unrest is going to create discord. We can't have any of that in here. So I got some more time, looks like. Maybe I'll save y'all some. But guys, just keep up the good work. November's coming up soon. You know, like I said, y'all took this town miles from where it was 3 years ago. So just keep up the good work, guys.
David Wilkes.
Good evening, Sean Barnes, 1418 Barber Street. And I wanted to say I think you guys are doing a great job. I want to say to Mayor Haney that I think that you told people what you were going to do. You got elected, and you did what you said you were going to do, unlike other people. I think y'all are doing a great job. I want to speak about a little bit about the open space or the green space. I think if we move forward with that and we try to get some more spaces, I think we should possibly try to do a land trust on it so that later on in the future when we die or other people come in and they decide to change it maybe to a, I don't know, hotel, that they can't, that it's there forever. So when you're looking at that tonight, I'd appreciate everybody's thoughts on that. Thank you so much and have a great night.
David Shemp.
Good evening. My name is David Wilkes. My wife and I own the property at 2183 Annie Laura Lane. We acquired this property in 1995. At that time, it was a very rural setting. Since then, we have seen significant growth to the entire 6 Mile area. On Annie Laura Lane, it first began with the development of 9 lots across from our property, followed by the rezoning and division of the adjacent lot into 3 lots, and last the development of 12 R3 lots at the end of the street. There are only 8 remaining lots on the street, including ours. We currently have a mobile home on the property where our daughter, son-in-law, and their 2 children reside. We are seeking your approval to rezone the property, subdivide the lot, remove the mobile home, and build 2 homes, one for my wife and I, and the other for our daughter and her husband. In doing so, we will only enhance the property, making it homogeneous with the current development. We currently have a petition signed by the homeowners on Annie Laura Lane, giving their full approval for this recommendation. If approved, this would not only be a win for our family, but for all the neighboring properties, thereby preserving their property values, making Annie Laura Lane a much more desirable location to live. I appreciate your time and your thoughtful consideration of our request. Thank you.
John Wright.
Good evening. My name is Dave Shemp, 1551 Ben Sawyer Boulevard. Mr. Brimmer and other friends on council, all, I think you're all great leaders, and I appreciate everything you do for this town. I know it's a thankless job. It's a tough job. And I know you just work your butts off every day for this town, so I appreciate that very much. I would like to speak to you about the agenda initiative regarding the referendum that would change our town's form of government to a mayor-council structure. As I'm sure you know, both Charleston and North Charleston have this form of municipal governance. And they have leveraged it effectively to the benefit of their cities in the dynamically and economically competitive environment we have here in the Lowcountry. Those of us who have for many years engaged the issues that affect the heart and soul of our town have, in many cases, had very responsive and pleasant experiences when dealing with town staff. However, it has sometimes, unfortunately, been otherwise. But my intent is not to criticize any member of our hardworking town staff. My point is rather one of process. Changing to a mayor-council form of government would make sure all cylinders of town governance are firing in sync, while providing important tools for town leadership to more rapidly react, be proactive, and make sure we're playing on a level field with other municipalities in the area. If you do not support this initiative, please educate us and be prepared to explain to your constituents why you do not want, at all levels of town management, to be directly accountable to our elected leadership, and why you do not want a form of government that can enact changes more quickly. When citizens of Mount Pleasant go to the ballot box, we should have an expectation that our votes matter throughout the fullest range of town governments, from mayor and council to the bureaucracy.
Sir, please
I
finish
ask
up.
you to look beyond the issues of today, and please think long-term and support this initiative for our town. Thank you.
Pat Gillespie.
Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of council, thank you all for the 3 minutes. Let me start by saying in 2013, when I first came home, I questioned our form of government. And what led from that 2013 question of our government and not thinking that we were moving in the right direction given where we were, considering what we was then and what the potential to what Mount Pleasant is going to become. So in 2016, over a 6-month period, a lot of sweat equity went involved into a petition drive. We collected a successful petition drive, I will forever say that, because we collected more signatures than ever before in the town of Mount Pleasant. And those signatures and those voters signed that petition for one thing, to have the question put on the ballot for single-member districts. So when I look at agenda item 10A2 tonight and the change to a strong mayor, I think we are certainly moving in the right direction if we're going to take the strong mayor and the single-member districts and combine them too. I think they're marriage to each other. So I would certainly like for you all tonight to give consideration to those 8,000 plus signatures that we collected. In 2017, I ran for council on that issue to keep that issue in the air and make sure that we gave consideration to it. So I'm here tonight just to make sure that we don't suppress those 8,000 something signatures that we received in 2016, and we look at single-member districts just as much as we're going to look at the strong mayor. We do need to move forward, and I think by having both on a referendum would be the correct way to move forward. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing that on the ballot in 2019.
Andrew Odachowski.
Hello, my name is Pat Gillespie. I live at 2182 Annie Laura Lane, and I'm here to speak regarding the zoning change for 2183 Annie Laura Lane. For those of you who have not had the opportunity to visit our street, Annie Laura Lane, I'd like to bring you up to date on how it has developed over the years since 2004. Hurd subdivision was approved and 9 lots were developed. 2015, we had Royal Oaks development approved. That's 12 more lots. Then later in 2015, we had one parcel divided into R3 into 3 different lots. That's 24 lots that you've created, the town has created, in the last few years on this street. Also, the last development, Royal Oaks, the town required the builder to install storm sewers, full utilities, curbs, sidewalks, pavement, new pavement. We look nothing like we did before. We look like a new development. And now Mr. Wilkes would like to develop his property for he and his family. And we think it's important that they have that opportunity. We have gone out, I have gone out and taken a petition around to the property owners. I have 92% of the property owners on our street who are in favor of changing the zoning to R3 for the Wilkes family. I think another thing that we really have to think about during this process is family. We have heard numerous times people complain that the cost of living in Mount Pleasant and housing is so high that their children cannot live here. We've heard it in the newspaper.
Sir.
On TV. We've read about it in the newspapers.
Sir, please
And
finish
here
up.
we have, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Are you Angie? Yes. Okay, please. Sir, are you Andrew? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Angie Odachowski, and I live in the same neighborhood, 2170 Annie Laura Lane. And I'm here tonight in support of David's, or the lot split that on Annie Laura Lane. And I hope that the board approves. Our road is still an underdeveloped road that needs growth. And 2 years ago, I excitedly purchased my home with the mind frame of moving into a community, hoping my sons would make neighborhood friends. Over the past 2 years, my under construction neighborhood has not grown. Denying the split on our small road actually hurts our community. None of the neighbors oppose, and the community here on Annie Laura Lane would like nothing more but to welcome a young family to join our neighborhood. Mount Pleasant is growing regardless, and I really think y'all should consider not denying a father and daughter splitting a lot. And I also would like to point out tonight that all the kids on Annie Laura Lane showed up, and they're here in support. So they're over there, and that's how important this issue is for us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kate, come on, sir. Caitlin Jones.
Hey everyone, I'm Andrew Odachowski. I'm 2170. That was my eloquent, beautiful wife I just spoke. And yeah, we have a growing family there on Annie Laura Lane in Mount Pleasant. I've lived there for over 10 years now, and I'm definitely in support of the lot split. The whole street is. You know, we're all for it, and we want it to happen, and it's the right thing to do. The gentleman has done the lot for over 25 years. It's not some guy from Ohio coming here to ask you to split it up, like, and demanding. It's a local family that, you know, and we've known them very quickly, and David's a great neighbor, and you know, as they said in the beginning here, it's a special place that we call home, and that's why we live here. And the rest of our street is kind of jaded by this. You know, 3 new houses and then a trailer, and then 3 new houses, and you know, here's a beautiful family that wants to, you know, beautify the street and, you know, make it better for the whole community and add value. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Allison Daly.
Do I start whenever?
Just name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Jones, and I'm here today with my family on behalf of the rezoning request for 2183 Annie Laura Lane. I've had the pleasure of being born and raised and growing up in the Mount Pleasant community, from childhood to adolescence. And now as a mother of 2, I want nothing more than for my children to be raised here and experience the same joy and sense of community as I did growing up. I ask you today, are life's values not ingrained in family, security, and the sense of community? This is not a story of greed, of big land developers or squeezing people out of their community. We are the community. My dad has owned this lot for over 20 years, and approving this application allows us to build a better life for our children. It is no surprise that the high cost and lack of housing diversity within the area has created a hindrance for us thus far. And your approval will allow our family the opportunity to build 2 affordable homes for both my parents and family so that we can reside side by side. My family has been an integral part in their grandchildren's lives, and we want nothing more than to raise our family close by. As much as I would love to carry out this dream, I can only do so with your help today. Not only have we felt a sense of community on this street, we found new friends in our neighbors and children for our sons to grow up with. While the current comprehensive plan recognizes the different parts of town have their own unique character, the residents here have been suffering from a lack of identity, the byproduct of the street's partial development. You've heard from neighbors today who not only support this, but have been baffled thus far by the resistance for the improvement of the community character. I urge you to see this approval as a flexible and pragmatic response needed for adapting to evolving conditions and support the residents of this street to build a sustainable community. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Christy Freeman.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Allison Daly, 204 Live Oak Drive. And in my 2 minutes, I wanted to speak to you about the Shem Creek plan, and specifically the number 4 of the study elements, which is parking and access. It's a difficult situation, and there's not an easy solution. And I really, really thank the advisory committee and the consultants for all the work they've done on it. I don't really have a solution, but we all know that parking in the residential areas is a problem. And I think that the real question, the real issue to prioritize is we need to define, where do we want people to park? Do we want them to park on the right-of-way? is it fair to property owners who have sodded that to have dirt there? I don't know. Do we want them to park all willy-nilly and create these dangerous situations? Because they do. I don't have an answer, but I do know that paid parking in other areas drives people to where the free parking is. And some of the ideas have involved parking garages, and we know already that the parking garage that is now paid is driving them to our area. So I just ask y'all to seriously think about that when you look at this plan and determine what to do, because it's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Sullivan?
Hey, I'm Christy Freeman. I live at 212 Hadrill, so I'm directly across from Shem Creek Park. I do want to thank the advisory committee. I know it's a long, laborious process dealing with the public. But I also want to, and I agree with Allison Daly, parking in our neighborhood is kind of out of control because people don't want to pay to park. So anything that keeps increasing the size of Shem Creek Park without acknowledging all the parking issues, I strongly disagree with. I also have to bring up the fact that unless I read the ordinances wrong, nobody is policing Shem Creek Park, which I see on a regular basis because I work in the yard, I sit on the dock and enjoy a glass of wine. And it's just crazy mayhem out there. And we've got all this wonderful wildlife, and I feel like we're killing the goose that laid the golden egg by increasing the growth on the creek. It is chock-a-block now. There are people running businesses out of Shem Creek Park, and nobody's regulating that. There's tiki huts floating down the creek that run out of the park off of the public docks. Nobody's policing that, yet we're proposing to increase the size of the floating docks. I mean, I don't really understand where the logic there. Also, all the people coming down to these unregulated businesses, which I have pictures of all these charters at 6 o'clock in the morning that play this music, you would be shocked. They use all the parking for the park for their business. And I'm scared until we run into a position like the Doug boat that all those people died in Branson, Missouri, and the town's gonna get sued because something is gonna happen with these people picking up tourists and running a business out of there, and nobody's doing anything about it. So I just wanna add that before we add more fuel to the fire, we might wanna consider how much the creek is already overcrowded, and maybe, you know, if you guys, I know you have a lot on your plate, I appreciate y'all's service to the town, but maybe sit out there one Saturday and look at all of the that goes on before you start adding more to it. Thank you.
Ryan Hellman? Don Slowick?
Good evening. When I saw that on Tuesday's agenda, the idea of the town buying land to save it as open space, I was thrilled. And it took me back to the list of things that y'all discussed in your vision exercise back in January. And you can see up here, open space was very high on your list. So then I thought, you know the saying, buy land, they're not making it anymore? Do you know who said that? I thought it was Will Rogers, and I Googled it, and it says Mark Twain said that, but it's true. We're not making any more land that reminds us of the coastal character of the place that we live and when we want it to keep looking that way. And so rather than going out and buying more land for developers, why I like the idea of let's spend some town money and save land so that we can save our coastal character. And consider, if you just picture Highway 17 and think about the lovely strip malls that we have there. If we want to make more money for our town, redevelop those. Parking space doesn't pay taxes. Redevelop those, redesign them, get some good architecture, and make them mixed use for our people to come in and enjoy gathering places with amenities, which was right after green space. So I have a lot more to say on it, but I am out of time, and I hope y'all get the idea of please, please, let's save our land.
Barry Wolf. Was Don Slowick, Mr. Slowick? Okay, Barry, 1 second, please. Lewis Horton, if you'll come behind Mr. Wolf, please. You're good?
Barry Wolf, 1468 Pocahontas Street. Thank you all for your service, and I'm all about saving the creek, and I'm all about land, and I'm all about that. But tonight I'm here to talk about leadership and what I expect from the people we elect to represent us. When Will announced his intention to run for mayor, myself, many of my friends, and fellow residents were thrilled. It signaled the change in direction and in some ways a new beginning for the future of our town. Unfortunately, some others felt they were more deserving to carry the mantle and soon became obstructionist. Petty theatrics, hurt feelings became more important somehow. There are many sins on the books of Mount Pleasant from prior administrations before that no one could have reversed, yet some would seek to lay them on our mayor's door. Will has proven his leadership by his actions to me. He's been front and center in every roadblock since he's became mayor. January snow, May the Wando Bridge, September Florence. Will was the voice of common reason. He did not hide or run, he led. Mr. Owens, in his editorial, seems to think our mayor misunderstands his function. I humbly disagree. I've yet to see Will raise pen and sign executive order, go rogue, on his own, try to run the town. Time and time again, I've seen him try as hard as he can to keep this body out of the weeds on the second Tuesday, yet to see somebody try to fertilize them. I've yet to see him keep his eye off the ball. I'm tired. I've preached for unity for months. I don't care if you lived here all your life. I don't care if you descend from the Mayflower. I don't care if you're from New Jersey or California. Stop throwing shade. Do the job we elected you to do. Do so or look for another job.
General Livingston.
Lewis Horton. My wife and I have lived at 138 Live Oak Drive for 31 plus years. I was glad to see the results of the tally being in favor of the second scenario, which was proactive. I do have a couple of comments that I don't like about it, same being developing a boardwalk to the east side of Coleman Boulevard. I think there's something to be said just to have the natural beauty out there unobstructed by a boardwalk. And there's certainly ingress and egress down Mill Street. The other thing, I know the gentleman who spoke about the plan said they had talked to a lot of stakeholders, but our good neighbors, the Furnells, are very good friends with the folks on Geechee Dock, and they want no part of being connected to the parking in the adjacent restaurant area. They're afraid it would people would try to access those down their causeway. So I would object to any possibility of that. I'm not sure about the walkway across the parking areas. The walkway across Shem Creek leads right down to the water. So I'm wondering if it's possible to have, instead of a land access, to have down the docks in front of all those restaurants down to the Saltwater Cowboy in lieu of across the land, which is just going to take parking spaces. And one other thought I had, my wife says I have a thought about everything, but was if you go to Roper Hospital downtown, they give you a ticket. If you go in as a patient or to see somebody, they clock it for you. Why not have a scenario, and I guess this gentleman alluded to it, where if you go in a restaurant, you spend $25, you get a coupon, you get a ticket that you can slide in to reduce your exposure. Party of 4, $100, that would pay their parking for an hour. Those are my only comments.
Walter Brown.
Thank you very much. My name is James E. Livingston. I live at 365 Cooper River Drive, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. And I look at all of you and I thank you for your leadership. Having been in the public sector, it's a tough job and you can never satisfy anyone or everyone. But the thing is, we're no longer a small town. Mount Pleasant is a big, damn complex town. And we need to look at our government in terms of dealing with that complexity. And the government we've got set up now is not fit for that complex arrangement we have in this town. And we need to face reality. We need a CEO or mayor that's on his job every day, that has the staff to support him, and is empowered with responsibility and authority to make decisions for this town. And obviously work these decisions with the council. Every time a decision needs to be made, it's impossible for him to come back and make a timely decision to make sure we have the best effort in this town. We need an individual who can sit down with the other mayors, sit down with the governor, and speak for this town. And obviously work in concert with the council. So I need to ask you, let's man up and face reality. We need to change. Semper Fi.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Walter Brown, 437 Benning Street. Let me begin by saying thank you for your service. I stand before you for the agenda item under new business, first reading of ordinance to amend Chapter 156 of the Mount Pleasant Code of Ordinances. It's dealing with telecommunications. Again, I also offer a document that pertains to Chapter 156.117, Section A. The applicant must provide written verification that no feasible alternative exists to the construction of a new tower, such as a co-location of an existing tower or structure. This document also applies to Chapter 156.119, and that's Section 5B, a list of all existing structures considered as alternatives to the proposed location, and an explanation of why the alternatives were unacceptable due to technical, physical, or financial reasons. This pertains to the water tower. I, as well as the 263 residents and business owners that I represent, we have found 7 contractors that can repair the tower under the same use for an estimated cost of less than $475,000. An example of their work can be found on Front Beach on that particular water tower. I think it's inappropriate for our neighborhood at 170 feet. During my look at the property, you need a 340-foot linear feet for the property. You only have 200 feet on Simmons Street, and I believe it's King Street had 250. And that is so if lightning or whatever strikes the tower, it does not encroach on another person's property. Thank you for your service. I can present this document to your administrative assistant, and have a good evening.
That's all I have, Mayor.
That's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That ends item 6 on our agenda, public comment. This brings us to item 7, which is the consent agenda items. This is a new mechanism we have for expediting our service to you on our council nights. We have consent agenda items A, B, and C.
I'll make a motion to approve or give final reading to items A, B, and C under the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second to give approval or final reading to items A, B, and C under agenda item number 7. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimous.
Final readings of ordinances listed under consent agenda, items A, B, and C.
This brings us to item 8, planning. Mr. Ulma, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. I didn't do that.
We having a technical difficulty? Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
It's not me. It's not my fault. I could go on and let you visualize the maps in your heads.
I don't think we can do it without it.
Here we go.
For those at home, we are on item 8A, new business.
8A1, Mayor.
Yep.
Is an ordinance for an annexation of about a third of an acre of land at 518 Coxum Road. Here are the description for you. Here's the location at Coxum and Long Point to the northeast of that intersection. The comprehensive plan recommends community conservation, very low density residential development, and this property upon annexation would be assigned the CC zoning district, and this lot is vacant at the moment.
Move for first reading.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
First reading, ordinance number 19044.
Moving along.
8A2 is a text amendment to the zoning code, chapter 156 of our Code of Ordinances, and it deals with telecommunications towers for public and quasi-public service providers. This has a long history. It was focused or instituted in response to Mount Pleasant Waterworks and their facility on King Street. There were various evaluations of zoning or zoning districts or alternatives, but ultimately, Planning Committee suggested that we pursue a zoning code text amendment that would make these towers in a PI2 zone as a conditional use rather than a special exception use.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we deny.
We have a
Second.
motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there someone here from Waterworks? Yes. Would you, I think council needs to hear what this is about. This is, you represent the applicant.
I do, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. If you'd take podium. The lectern, excuse me.
Good evening, council. David Nisi, 1619 Rifle Range Road, representing Mount Pleasant Waterworks. Right now, we have a water tank that has not been in use for the last 20 years. We have looked at refurbishing that water tank. We have a different estimate. It's about $1 million to repair that tank. To make it a functional tank, we need to raise it another 20 or 30 feet, and the width of that tank would be increased by another 50 or so feet. So we don't think that's feasible for that location. Our commission will take action to determine what we need to do with that tank eventually. But right now, there are telecommunications on that tower. We have a current contract with them that we would like to fulfill, and in doing so, we need to change the zoning or the text amendment so that we can put a monopole on there and fulfill that obligation we have under contractual matters.
Would you tell us what uses the current tower has and what uses the monopole would have, please?
The current tower only contains
I'm talking about in terms of telecommunications.
Telecommunications. The new tower, we have installed what's called AMI, which is a new metering system for the water meters. We also need a tower on that site so that we can pull those reads. So we'd like a conjunctive use with our tower and go ahead and extend the height up to that to allow us to fulfill that obligation for the telecommunications that lease space from us.
Cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Cell phone service for that area of town?
Absolutely. Cell phone service for that area of town. Without that tower, and the AT&T gentlemen are here if they would like to explain the reach of some of the towers that they have. My understanding is that without that tower, there'll be a dead spot in the old village, so there will be no communication for AT&T, Sprint, and T-Mobile.
Yes, sir. Mr. Russo.
David, isn't there a system now, I think AT&T is doing for the first providers that's going to be on that tower?
There will be in a few.
First response or?
AT&T can cover that better than I can, so if you'll allow them to
Okay,
come up and speak.
sure. Yes, sir. One of our early, I'm sorry. Go ahead, if you'd give your name.
Good evening. My name is Don Slowick, 2 South Park is the address. I'm Senior Real Estate and Construction Manager for AT&T here in Charleston. And I'm also here tonight representing my counterparts at T-Mobile and Sprint. Essentially, this new concealment monopole, which there are plenty of them in the area of Charleston, Mount Pleasant. You can see there's some out on Sullivan's Island. It's a cylindrical pole. All the antennas are encased inside. And what we're doing at the King Street site is trying to add FirstNet. It's a first responder network. It's for police, fire, and EMS. It's dedicated so that it doesn't compete against the network for the general public. This also is a Homeland Security type network so that if you have a catastrophic event, Homeland Security people can come in and they are on a dedicated network other than the general public. Because as you know, think about the bridge run when there's 40,000 people on Coleman Boulevard and there's bystanders. There's a lot of call volume and traffic in internet use. And at a time like that, if you had an event, an emergency, the first responders would be competing against the public on the network. Whereas what we've done is use FirstNet to carve out frequency dedicated to the first responders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, yeah. Would you mind coming back? We have another question for you from Councilman Kinane.
Sir, those special events like the bridge run, bring up a good point. A lot more people are going to need the towers. Aren't there portable towers for that as well that you could roll in?
Well, not for FirstNet. You have to have a dedicated permanent location. Those portable towers are called cell on wheels or cows, things of that nature. Verizon has set them up behind the GDC because they can't handle the call volume. So it's only a temporary fix.
Right, but the crowd is only there for a period of time when it's an event.
Oh, absolutely.
So
And
that could be augmented by more of those devices, correct?
correct,
Okay.
but you really don't want a whole town full of temporary towers.
Understand. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. FirstNet, can you put that on the existing tower?
On the existing water tank? Unfortunately, that water tank is beyond repair. Over the past 2.5 years, AT&T has done forensics on that water tank. We've unearthed the foundations to do forensics on the concrete, on the soil. We've had professional engineers climb that tank, inspect it inside and out.
No, I understand. It would cost some money to do it, but you can do it, though.
It would cost $1 million to fix that tank in order for us to put equipment up on the tank. Currently, under the telecommunications requirements, we can't touch our equipment on that tank. We're under a certain code and provision to put equipment on that tank because of its structural integrity.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if money was put into it, you could put FirstNet on there. In other words, it can be done, but it would cost money. My concern is, you have a neighborhood there that's against it. It's an old neighborhood. It's been in Mount Pleasant a long, long time, and they've come out and they've said that they feel like it's not safe. The tower's taller than what this one is, and my concern is, it seems to me like you're saying, because it's going to cost you guys money, you don't want to do it. And what I would like to see you do is exhaust all opportunities to use that existing water tower before you go and put this monopole in there. And it seems to me like you can, it's just going to cost you money.
Well, it's going to cost the water department money and the carriers money, the tenants. And it's going to cost well over $1 million. And that fix will only last for about 10 years because it's really only a Band-Aid for a tank that was designed and built in the 1930s. So you'd be doing this again, refurbishing the tank in the next 8 to 10 years with more expense and capital put into it.
Okay, that was my question, though. I just wanted to make sure they could do it, but apparently it's because of the money. It's not because of there doesn't seem to be any consideration of the neighborhood there. It seems to be more consideration of the money, and I'm concerned about the neighborhood and the community, so
Well, no, that's not true.
that's what I'm hearing.
Mr. Nisi?
Mr. Santos, I would like to address that. They have done studies, and we've done studies as well. That tank was built in the 1930s and does not meet any kind of hurricane requirements, so to make it to today's code would basically be building a new tank.
But it made it through Hugo, right?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay.
It did. However, it wasn't in as disrepair as it is right now.
Okay.
It has had some neglect and.
I'm good.
Yes, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, thank you. Can you tell me if y'all have done any test with the shutting the grid down to see if there's any adequate service around without having to put a transmission pole there?
Unfortunately, we just can't randomly shut down our network. Our call center would go crazy with people calling that they wouldn't have service. Essentially, what we use is software and applications that model the various signal propagation. And it's based on geographic area and also a lot of the natural features in the area, such as you have a lot of oak trees. So that modeling program, you can turn on and off sectors and frequencies through, it's kind of like artificial intelligence, and it can tell you where there's going to be dead spots or where you're going to continue to have coverage. So that's how we do certain frequency design and signal propagation.
Has the model shown you whether or not you've got inadequate service if the grid goes down at that location?
There would be an enormous void in the coverage area in Mount Pleasant if that site went down.
And your model has shown that?
In the model, it absolutely shows it. And also T-Mobile's signal propagation in Sprint's also, there would be an enormous void. And I mean, for the most part, there's people back in the old village that have spotty service now, in-building service.
Right. That's why I was asking to see if the model has in fact provided you information that tells you that you will not have coverage if you don't have a tower.
Absolutely. And the new tower, it's 170 feet tall. However, the current tank is 143 feet tall. And by adding the additional height, you can get better propagation back into the old village and farther towards the outlying areas of the old village. So there'll be much better coverage.
What kind of radius are we talking about as far as having the tower in place?
Radius as far as?
As far as coverage area?
Coverage area.
What that's going to do from where you are now?
Well, it's going to definitely reach farther back into the old village towards Pitt Street Pier, where you're going to have better coverage back there. It's also going to align through the corridor over towards the Mathis Ferry water tank, where we also have antennas, and also there's going to be FirstNet on that water tank. The other tower that we're going to be handing off to is the tower there at the old Channel 5, which is being replaced under another initiative. So that's the demographics of the reach of the signal propagation in that area.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, Ms. Whitley.
I echo Gary's concerns about the neighbors who have come out very strongly saying that they don't want a 170-foot monopole on the property kind of in the middle of their neighborhood. But what really concerns me is this is a change to the PI2 zoning town-wide. So this allowing of a 170-foot monopole on PI2 land is going to spread throughout the town. And we are going to have people all over, and because this is an alternative revenue stream for waterworks to contract with telecommunications companies, I mean, we're going to see more of these monopoles throughout town, and it's not going to come to us again because it's in our zoning. They can do it. And so I'm against this because I view this as not just this particular location and this particular issue. It's a townwide issue to me.
Yes, sir, Mr. O'Rourke.
No disrespect to my friend here, but can that be verified? Is that accurate? That I was under the assumption that this was a special use and all special uses in that zoning would have to come back to us. No. So if we allow this, we've
Staff.
pretty much,
I'll let Mr., yeah.
It changes it, Mr. O'Rourke, to a conditional use. And so provided that anyone can meet the various standards and requirements, the conditions laid out in advance in the code, then it becomes a staff administrative review and approval. In terms of the zoning and PI2, there are town properties and MPW, and probably not all your sites even, that are zoned PI2. So there are other locations other than this site, but they would be those owned by the town and MPW.
On that note, may I ask, if you're finished?
Yes, sir.
You have the floor.
that's okay, you can have it back.
Thank you. Aren't there limiting factors about radius, fall radius, setback, all of those things? It doesn't mean that every property that has that zoning would qualify to put a tower up, because I have shared that same concern and tried to find out, how many properties might, let's say, benefit from this or might become eligible for towers from this.
Yes, Mayor, that's a good point. I mean, each site would be unique or different, and then meeting the requirements of the engineered designs and setbacks. We'd have to look at each PI2 zone property to be able to do an analysis of which ones might or might not. Again, some of them are small. If a pump station is zoned PI2, it's 50 by 50 square feet, so it wouldn't be able to meet those kinds of requirements. It would be larger facilities or larger properties that would be able to utilize this approach.
Okay. Mr. Mayor. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I have several questions. I'd like to go over some of the things we talked about in the planning committee. That monopole, does that collapse on itself? I know some of these do.
The way the monopole is designed is that there's a break point and it pretty much falls over like this at a certain point, and it falls on the property. That's the design that, per the ordinance, that you have to have it within a certain fall zone. So in the event that something happens to the pole, it will fall on the property that it's currently placed on.
So it's designed to break away like that?
It is designed to break away. Now, one of the unique features of the concealment pole in our industry, it's kind of like a technological breakthrough. It's like having a hot knife go through butter. It hardly sees wind because of its small diameter compared to a 27 or 28 foot diameter tank that's looking at hurricane force winds. Here you're talking about a small pole that's roughly 4.5 feet in diameter, and the wind just goes right by it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, during the conversations that we had in the planning committee, we also talked about that the fall radius, and there was a diagram. I don't have it with me. The fall diagram of the tank will reach into King Street. It would reach into Fairmont Street or Simmons Street, and possibly across the road to the neighbors' houses, because the water tank does not collapse on itself or break away. It could fall altogether and reach those residences. The other things we talked about were cell phones, the demand of cell phones, and I mean, we know now that mothers give their children cell phones so that they can keep track of them. So I think it's important for us because, as I said then, we have wedded ourselves to technology. Children have laptops and they have cell phones, businessmen have all these things. And at some point, actually, we had a discussion in economic development, not to steal Kathy's thunder here, but we talked about having to do a study to find out if the town is situated, the infrastructure for data and technology, if we're situated well enough to provide all the data that's probably going to be demanded here in the next 10 to 20 years. And that is one we gave Mr. Holliday, wherever he is. There you go. We tasked him with trying to put together an idea of what the demand is for the next 10 to 20 years and how we're going to be able to keep data flowing to phones, iPads, laptops, businesses. Because when a business comes in and wants a large amount of data, that may be one of the points that means it'll come to our community rather than not. But more importantly, I think in this, and I think it's a good idea to approve this, is the first responders. I'm sorry, the name of that was?
It's FirstNet.
FirstNet, and also the communications within families now, which has become very important. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kinane and then Mr. Brimmer.
Sir, just on that FirstNet technology, isn't there a way where the first responders' phones are programmed to be a priority if there's an event going on?
Not on the current network. It's not. It's just the general public network right at this point.
Okay, because when I went down to New Orleans after Katrina, our phones were programmed and you always had service. Other people got dumped off if you weren't a first responder. So how does that happen?
Yes, it's an algorithm within the switching gear, and essentially you dedicate, say, 5 megahertz of frequency to a first responder's phone.
Okay, so it's possible to do it another way then is what I'm
Yes,
asking.
you have to lock it in through,
Right.
Yes, sir.
So if there's a hurricane and we have, heaven forbid, people from all over the country come in, their phones can easily be programmed into a system like that. Still, it was done in '05, so I'm assuming it's still possible.
Well, the new technology is for FirstNet, so you'd have to program it into FirstNet. You can't program somebody to be pushed off the general network at this point. And if I must say, we're in an age where we've got police in our churches and our schools to protect our people. And we've got the Moultrie Middle School right next door. We've got churches throughout the old village. We need this.
Sir, this is for their cell phones, not for their radios, correct?
This is for a cell phone network for the first responders.
Okay, but they also have a police radio, so
They
I don't
can
want to
use-
give
it's
the
a
alarmist
totally
stuff that
different-
we're cutting off the police or
Right,
anything
right.
like that.
It's a separate network, like a Motorola radio.
So the car radio and the radio on his belt are still good, no
separate.
matter what happens with this tower? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brimmer.
Yeah, Mr. Neese, a question for you, sir. This $1 million that you quote for repair, does that $1 million, which by the way would be paid for by water customers across the system, correct?
That's correct.
Does that make the water tower a functioning water tower, or is that just to keep it an inactive water tower?
No, that would just keep it as an inactive water tower.
So it's cosmetic and structural, but it doesn't really provide anything to the water system?
Correct. Limited structural as well.
Correct. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Owens.
Thank you. David, appreciate you being here. Is there any cathodic protection on that elevated storage tank?
Is there any, I'm sorry?
Cathodic protection, something that tells
No,
you?
There's
No.
not.
Okay.
There is not.
Our neighbors in downtown Charleston Water Systems. They're removing elevated storage tanks everywhere, and they're putting ground storage tanks in their places. There's no need to put a ground storage tank there, correct?
That's correct. There are currently 2 ground storage tanks, and that's how we produce and distribute water.
Right. So without having any cathodic protection and protect the metals, do we have any analysis about the structural integrity of the tower?
We've done a report as well as AT&T, and it's on its last leg.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
I think everyone's spoken a couple of times. I'll speak briefly before we conduct the vote on this. As the designee, whatever, ex officio member of Waterworks, I have looked at this thing every way possible. I love that old water tower. I think it represents our past. It's unfortunate that it has not been able to be used since the 80s or 90s, I guess, before Hugo. But the truth is, the old tower is the equivalent of the buildings we tore down when we built this new building. And the only way to get the $1 million is to take it from the ratepayers, and $1 million is a lot of money at Waterworks. It's more money at Waterworks than it is over here. The budget, what's the total budget, David, at Waterworks per year compared to the town? 40 million. So it's not nearly what the town's is. I've tried to save that tower. I don't want it to come down. I've even asked Waterworks if there would be some way we could find a way to take that tank and take it off, and lower it and put it somewhere as a memento to our past, and that still may be an option. But there's no getting around that that tower is a hazard to our citizens right now. It's in bad shape, and if it falls, it's going to fall on somebody's house, and that is a bother. And so if there was another option, I would be the first one to do it, but I don't see any, and I don't think any other option has come up about what to do with this whole thing. So we have a motion on the floor. We're on item 8A2. Everyone has spoken. Have a motion to deny and a second. I think we are through with discussion. We're prepared to vote. Would you please divide the assembly, please, Ms. Clerk? And this is a yes vote is a motion to deny.
Mr. Bustos.
No.
Mr. Bustos votes no. Mr. Cunane.
Yes.
Mr. Cunane votes yes. Ms. Landing.
No.
Ms. Landing votes no. Mr. O'Rourke.
No.
Mr. O'Rourke votes no. Mr. Owens.
No.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Santos.
Yes.
Mr. Santos votes yes. Ms. Whitley.
Yes.
Ms. Whitley votes yes. Mr. Brimmer.
No.
Mr. Brimmer votes no. Mayor Haney.
No.
Mayor Haney votes no.
Okay, by a 6-3 vote, the motion to deny fails.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We're on item A2. The motion is to approve. Is there any discussion? Would you please call the roll again? Thank you.
Mr. Cunane.
No.
Mr. Cunane votes no. Ms. Landing.
Yes.
Ms. Landing votes yes. Mr. O'Rourke.
Yes.
Mr. O'Rourke votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Santos.
No.
Mr. Santos votes no. Ms. Whitley.
No.
Ms. Whitley votes no. Mr. Brimmer.
Yes.
Mr. Brimmer votes yes. Mr. Bustos.
Yes.
Mr. Bustos votes yes. Mayor Haney.
Yes.
Mayor Haney votes yes.
By 6-3, the motion to approve item A2 passes.
First reading, ordinance number 19045.
This moves us to item 8A3.
Neighborhoods like that.
Believe this item is a result of our settlement of a lawsuit,
Yes, Mayor?
and
This
this
is
will, the action of
reduced-
council will reflect that, and it is reducing the number of houses that could be built. So if
Yes,
you'll
sir.
take it from there.
It's for Dunes West PD, and it reduces the number of dwelling units from 5281 to 3251. And it also includes, as part of that settlement, properties that would come to the town in terms of open space or other utilization as outlined here.
Move for
in
approval.
red.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and we have a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
First reading, ordinance number 19046.
Item 8A4, please.
This is an ordinance, a rezoning petition on 2183 Annie Laura Lane, and it would take the existing zoning of CC and change it to R3. Here's the aerial photo that shows the location for you in this vicinity. The comprehensive plan, existing plan, calls for community conservation as a future land use. However, the zoning, on the zoning map presently, again, you see in light green, this property is zone CC. The properties that you see in that tan or brown are the existing properties that are zoned R3.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve item 8A4, and we have a second. Discussion. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. If it's zoned R3, then they don't need to subdivide the property, they can just put 2 houses on it? Is that?
No, in order to subdivide the property, the existing zoning, the minimum lot size is 12,500 square feet. So for R3 at 6,000, you'd have enough space to be able to create 2 separate lots under R3. Hence the purpose for that zoning district request.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to hear from members of the committee. It was recommended denial, 2-1 from the committee.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
And there was a recommendation of denial, 2-1 vote. And that was primarily based on, if you look at the map, you see the mentioned land has a star on it, and that's what would be subdivided into 2 lots. And our fear was that the other 4 lots would be likewise subdivided into 2 lots. So now we would have a potential for 9 additional homes on that street that up to this point, that's not what it was, there you go. That's not what it was planned for.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Owens.
Yeah, thank you. Believe that there are R3 zoning surrounding this lot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Again, in the sort of brown or tan color, just to the east, those parcels across the street and at the end of the street, as some of the speakers mentioned, those are all R3 zoning.
So roughly a dozen, 15, 20, something like that is all already zoned R3. All right, thank you.
The crosshatched areas, by the way, are still unincorporated Charleston County. They would have to be annexed and zoned.
Ms. Lanning.
I would just like to make one comment, and that is that the thing we really want to guard against sometime is thinking that because we might do something with this, that therefore it sets a precedent that could be troublesome for something in the future. I think this is something where there's a very unique situation. It's been very well explained by the neighbors. They have a petition in favor of it. They have a family that wants to live there near each other, which is wonderful. And at least in my opinion. And so I just hope that we all remember that the whole idea here is just because this situation works the way it doesn't mean that causes a problem for future circumstances.
Mr. Brimmer.
Yeah, I'll chime in because I was one of the no votes at committee. I am sympathetic to this situation because, as I said in committee, this council and previous councils have sort of created this problem in this neighborhood. Prior to these subdivisions and these developments, this whole area looked like the crosshatch area. They were larger lots, it was more rural. And then one by one, we took those properties and we said, well, we can make them smaller. And Kathy, I get your point about this doesn't set a precedent, but the reality is the precedent was set years ago because 1 led to 2, 2 led to 3. And so now we have this conundrum of, do we stop the bleeding here by stopping any more subdivisions, or do we just acknowledge the fact that this neighborhood is developed the way it has under council's permission, basically, and that now we've got basically an R3 street. So I'm kind of going back and forth on this. When you're in a hole, you want to stop digging, but I think maybe the digging issue is a little late. That horse has kind of left the barn here. So you all made a great case. I love for families to be able to be in the neighborhood together, raise your kids. So this may be one of those instances where I've may change my vote from committee to council.
Mayor.
Yes,
I was that
Mr. O'Rourke.
lone person in that meeting that voted yes. And it was interesting because it was for the reasons Bob just gave, and he voted no.
I'm so confused.
And we want to stop the bleeding, but as you bring up, I mean, we're stopping the bleeding on a dead person, pretty much. I mean, this thing's been a mess by our account for a long time. And there's R3 all around it.
Yeah.
And for that reason, that's the reason why I'm just going to stay with my original thought to just, and you're right, but just imagine, you know, I don't think it ends the world if those other 4 lots do subdivide. I don't know if they will, but
Please.
but I don't think it really changes if it does or if it doesn't really. There's been some issues in this neighborhood by our account for many, many, many years, and for that reason, I think we should just let this move on. Thank you.
Mr. Brimmer, yes.
Just want to add one other thing. You'll notice on this map that this road actually goes straight and then curves around. There's a connection. That wasn't always the case in this neighborhood. That road dead-ended at one point. So my concern about having more lots develop here really is kind of a minor one, because now the developer has taken upon himself to put in the infrastructure to connect the road and have another outlet here as well. So I think the property owner is to be commended here for taking that step on his own to help these lots develop.
Mr. Canane.
Question for Mr. Ulmer. The, across the street there, at Chadbury, what size are those lots? If you can estimate for me.
Probably, if the others across, they're close to that 6 or.
About the same size as what
Yes.
this is. So it's not like this is gonna dramatically change the character there. I mean, we have.
Across 6 Mile, right?
There's a large shopping center there which somebody approved, apartments to be crammed in the parking lot. Certainly another house in this area is not gonna be the straw that breaks the camel's back. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Any other comments? I am always averse to rezoning anything from community conservation. It's there for a reason. In this case, I think we would probably be preserving the reason for that by allowing a family to do that. But I certainly hope if this passes that we all think about this next time it comes up. This is not a developer. This is not a wholesale changing. This is a family trying to do, I think, what community conservation was meant to do in the first place, is preserve the community. But rezoning from CC should not become a precedent. I certainly feel that way. Are we done? Shall we vote?
Yes.
All right, all in favor of the motion to approve item A4 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
First reading ordinance number 19047.
This moves us to item 8B, old business. I don't believe there is any. There's nothing listed. All right, this moves us to committee action items. Is there any preference that we take a short break? Short break. All right, let's take a 5 to 7 minute break, please. I know I can. And I will turn it over to the chairman, Mr. O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item this morning this afternoon to discuss is a possible approval of a referendum for open space. We started some discussion in our committee about this, and as it started to move a little bit further down the line, one of my suggestions was to have the staff put together possible scenarios for the question so that we get that right. And it was the pleasure of the committee that before we had the staff undertake too much work, that we tried to get a feel for if the council was in favor of even doing this. And we determined that there was time to bring this issue to the council for discussion. And we certainly do not need you to vote yes or no to do this right now, but we would like to know if our committee, when we reconvene in July, could then firm this thing up. And if I can give a little overview on what we're talking about, is one of the issues that, in my opinion, affects the people in this town right now is growth, traffic, etc. And if somebody owns a piece of land and it's zoned the way they can put in a development, there's not really a whole lot we can do, except buy their land. Right now, there is not a funding source in this town with all of the things that we have to do to have money to buy this land right now. What I would like to recommend is that we looked at a sum of money, maybe 2 15-year cycles, and then let this amount sunset after that. And the reason for that is, A, it should, B, hopefully we'll have purchased enough parcels to get us to achieve our goal. And there was a gentleman today that brought up about conservation easements, and I think conservation easements are absolutely essential to something like this, so we can incorporate that. But easements, as you know, some of you know, they can be written for a lot of uses, and we have uses in this town that this land really could be used for. So the question by the committee was to see if there were 5 people here that said, no way, I do not want to do this, then there isn't any reason to have our staff do any more work. But so that's what we're bringing to you right now, to have some type of discussion on whether or not we should move forward with this. We do not have the details now. And so if you're going to ask detailed questions, we don't have them. That's what we were going to do at the meeting, but we wanted to see what the appetite of the council was first. Thank you.
Ms. Whitley.
So back in January, when we had our town retreat meeting, I talked about the possibility of a referendum for this, and kind of was asking Eric what the timeline would need to be to get this on the ballot. So I'm really glad that this is coming to us now. So I am all in favor of it. I think it's a wonderful thing. We have land that comes up to the town all the time, and opportunities to buy, and there is no money for it. And so I think that putting it to our citizens and allowing them to make that decision would be a great thing. So I'm in favor of it. There, you got one more.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Brewer.
So are we talking about a new tax?
We are talking about a tax, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Lanning.
So I was actually in that committee meeting, and we did discuss a few things about it. And like I think everyone on council, I also really appreciate not only open space, but parks, beautiful places. We certainly want our Mount Pleasant Way, all the different things we're trying to do to not only keep what's beautiful, but enhance what's beautiful here. We also have a major issue before us that's already on our budget as something we have to tackle and that we know we have to deal with, and that's when the study is through in the Old Village for drainage. And this is overall a $20 million project where it's already been proposed that we start a tax, which would be to increase an existing tax, stormwater, 66%, in order to have a funding source long-term and to go into further debt. And so, and that's kind of what this would be also, is that we would be able to create a source so that we could do it. I just want to make sure, if we're going to put it on the referendum, that the question is asked clearly, because a lot of people don't always have the time to really research the background. And they can certainly read if it's going to be a tax on them. That part they can read easily. But is there a different way or a better way, rather than just putting it out there as, hey, are you willing to pay a tax in order to buy green space? So just keep that in mind, please.
Mr. Chairman, Committee Chairman, I've met with Mr. Pagliarini yesterday. We talked about referenda. There's a chance for two. I'll defer to you, Mr. Pagliarini, of the process and the deadlines and kind of what it looks like from here, just so this isn't just some nebulous thing about let's kind of think about it and put it out there. Would you tell us a little bit?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Just as we covered at the retreat in January, the key dates are for a referendum. August 7th is the 90-day deadline to file the referendum questions with the Charleston County Board of Elections Deputy Director. So an ordinance would require 2 readings prior to that date. September 6th is another deadline, a 60-day deadline to file the referendum with the Board of Elections. And then, of course, the election on November 5th, 2019. So those are the dates. Many of you may recall that I believe it was just 3.5 years ago, November, there was a referendum. And that was put together, and it had some specific items. Just some of the feedback, and I certainly don't speak for everybody, but some of the feedback was more specificity was needed. Our state law has a level of specificity, so what if this moves forward, would recommend to the committee in putting it forward is that time and effort go into identifying the specific sources of funds, rather than just a general, this is what we're going to use it for, because I think to meet state law requirements, that's one of the hurdles we're going to certainly have to meet.
So, Mr. O'Rourke, I just wanted to figure out, I mean, if we're talking about getting it on the ballot this year, the committee's got to do its work at the July committee meeting. We'd have to have, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pagliarini, first reading at our July meeting, and then I guess we'd have to have a special meeting.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Potentially a special meeting. So does that fit what the committee, what you were thinking?
No, I'm not sure the committee wants to do this. So I don't know what fits. I think the point is to bring it up so to see what the council feels like. And I'm not hearing too much definitive one way or the other right now. And as some of our committee felt, it would look. I agree with Kathy that we have to be very, very specific. If we send the staff back to put this whole thing together and we come here and it doesn't go anywhere,
right?
It's kind of tough.
Right. I have a question, Mr. Pagliarini. Are we restricted by ordinance that every election issue, Mount Pleasant, whether it's offices or ordinances, can only happen in the off years? Mm-hmm. In other words, can the town put a referendum on in the 2020 presidential election?
Right. We're not restricted as.
Okay, but our office elections are only, okay, so I guess I'm asking you, Tom, I mean, I think the time we have nothing to lose by trying to do this work, but if you don't start it in July, there's no chance for doing it this year. If you start it in July, and then find out it's too much work and too long getting there, then we could do it in
no question
in 2020.
But I trust that our staff, the brilliant staff that we have, could put together a pretty nice shell of something that we can that we can take a look at in July. And like you said, if I think it'd be foolish to go fast,
right?
And I think it would be foolish to ask the wrong question,
right?
It needs to have very intricate specifics,
right?
How much money they will spend and what they're going to get for that money,
right?
And but I think we could take a run at it.
Let me. Yes, sir, Mr. Koenig.
Tom, you said don't get too specific, so I'm going to be as general as I can on this one.
No, you can be specific.
You're talking about open space, which in my mind is a piece of land that's untouched, and you want to preserve it as untouched. The question I have is, no?
Well, that's not what we said yet. In my opinion, I think it could be for a lot of things.
Okay, good.
And I don't want to just throw this out here because again, it's another crazy old work comment. But
David Slade?
one of the things that we've all talked about, it's important to us, is finding places for firefighters, police officers, teachers, staff, everyone, to have a place to live that's affordable. I mean, imagine if we had this land and we were to be able to creatively work with a developer to do that and actually make money. Because I know we can do that.
Okay, so that's a great idea.
But I'm not saying
Mr.
big
Mayor.
densities or anything like that. I'm saying a little bit over here, a little bit over there, trails, water, park with some pretty cool houses for our staff.
Well, one of the questions I have is, can it be like a blue belt where we say, instead of doing drainage, we are going to do a creek, we're going to do a retention pond, we're going to do, in other words, actively managing water as part of this? Is that something that could fit in it, or?
It could be anything that hasn't been discussed at the committee, but I do believe in fairness to the people that are going to vote. Because what you don't want to do is you don't want to hide this and then vote for people thinking they're getting parks, and all of a sudden there's houses. We can't do that. So I believe that we have to get all of this out there on the table in July. Maybe we won't get a chance to get it done this year, but I just want to have the conversation.
Can we call the question on just a?
Not until everyone's had a chance to speak. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So one other comment, sorry. One other comment is, what I often have heard is solutions where the town has to sort of top-down take charge of something, and which usually involves taxpayer money, most of the time involves taxpayer money, and I just feel like that's not necessarily the way to go about it, I think because of my private sector background. And I know for a fact there's a developer right now who owns a substantial parcel of land that is actually interested in doing workforce housing. And there's a meeting coming up very soon on this very subject. And someone who's had land for a really long time at a much lower cost basis, who can now do something, is in a position to actually make money doing it, and then the town doesn't have to spend any taxpayer money. So I guess my only concern is, again, this is a complicated subject, and it all comes down to what we might end up doing is putting a question out there that it's hard to be specific enough, but we all know that the end result is that we're going to have to charge taxes.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Brimmer and then Mr. Bustos.
All really excellent points. I think in 2015, when we did this, there was a question that was thrown together very quickly. It wasn't specific. It didn't have a lot of required elements to it, and the public was quite honestly confused about what they were going to get, and it failed. So I think we want to avoid that. We want to learn from that experience and do it the right way. We also have some of our neighboring local governments here who've gotten some trouble with the same issue with wording the question just right. I think Ms. Landing's point is very good. We do have an outstanding stormwater fee issue to resolve first, to let people know sort of what that impact will be financially for them, especially folks on fixed incomes. So I'm not necessarily opposed to this moving forward at some point, but I don't want to throw something together quickly here just to get it done. Number one, if it fails, it's going to be a while before it comes back. So perhaps a good idea that needs adequate amount of time to do it right.
Mr. Bustos.
Yeah, I would like to see us talk about it, and committee would be good. And this is one of those examples of several people spoke about the town growing. It's not a small place anymore. The amount of land that is available is becoming more and more scarce. And I think the things that we do as a town are going to become more and more complicated, and it's going to take a lot longer to discuss these things. If the Finance Committee wants to talk, well, I'm on the Finance Committee, aren't I? Yeah. I think I think if the Finance Committee wants to talk about this, I think we should do it, and I think we all would recognize if we're not there yet. And if we're not there yet, we won't try to do something poorly just because we want it badly. And so I'd like to see it talked about, because once the available parcels in Mount Pleasant, they're quickly approaching being gone. So if there's an opportunity, I think that'd be good. And if we find that there's no opportunity, at least we looked and tried.
Mayor, could I just have one last comment? So here's our choices, I guess. We can wait 6 years and get the right question, and there'll be no land left. And God forbid we raise $5 or $10 taxes on people in this town, because I think the world would end if that happened. But I think we're just, to not give this a shot, I think is just going to push it down the road, and we're going to be sitting here with some pretty important parcels. We've already had one meeting with probably the largest one in this town, and there'll be a decision by that person in less than 6 years, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm on the Finance Committee too, and Tom, why don't you put it on the next Finance Committee meeting, let's start talking about it. I mean, we got to start somewhere. Let's start, we can have staff come in there and talk to us about it, and have legal in there as well, telling us making sure that we're doing the right thing as we're doing it, then we can bring it back to council. So I'm ready to start working on it.
Okay. We don't need a vote. 'Cause
Okay. I got one comment. As a former executive director of a land trust, can we include in the conversation, because I'm preaching to the choir, and you've done it before, with a conservation easement, like you see the Greenbelt Bank and the State Conservation Bank, you can pay a little and save a lot. That's what's happening with Boone Hall. So I know that gets complicated, but we could fund it for East Cooper Land Trust or Low Country or Ducks Unlimited or anybody to purchase a conservation easement and accomplish the same goal for pennies on the dollar. So I hope that would be part of that conversation as well. Do we need a motion? No? Just put it on the committee agenda for your next committee. That would be great. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I guess I have a question of leading up to that meeting, what the role of staff would be in preparing, is this going to be, nothing happens until this meeting where there's further discussion, or has there been enough discussion here where staff can actually move forward, where there's something to present to the Finance Committee?
I think there are a lot of details to be flushed out at Finance Committee. We would have to know a few more specifics before we'd be in position to craft, or for legal to craft, an ordinance. So up until that first meeting, we'll meet and talk it through and have a structure in mind, but until we have that meeting, we can't produce a document.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I would expect that we would look at other municipalities and other areas and see how they've done it, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just look at their successes and try and pull off of those successes so we can form our own, which I think would make it a lot easier on us if we can do that. So I just expect us to be able to look around and see what other people have done to help us get started.
Okay. So I think what we agreed to was to get started. That's about it. Okay, next, item 2.
The second item is a discussion of the possible action regarding the Mount Pleasant Memorial Waterfront Pier Extension Project. If you recall, this project was voted on to come to the full council to not fund this project. And there was a request to take it back to the Finance Committee to have a further discussion about it. We did have a further discussion about it, and it ended in a 2-2 vote on whether we stop the funding or keep moving. So that's where it is now, and the purpose of this was to discuss this and possibly take action on either stopping the project or continuing with the project.
Yes, sir, Mr. Santos.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. I think there's been some information out there that's not been completely accurate, and additional information as well. I did some research and went back to 2015 and found this interoffice memorandum from CARTA. We had had an ad hoc committee on the water ferry service, and they talked about supporting having a water ferry service. We talked about being able to come to our dock and shuttle people. And they specifically talked about CHATS. They have a long-range transportation plan that includes a water ferry as a potential mode of transportation and service to the urbanized areas, for instance, Daniels Island and Charleston and Mount Pleasant. So We've done some research, a little bit of research, but I know that a consultant is out here in the audience, and I'd like to have Herb come up to us and talk to us a little bit about it so that we have the facts. And I think last time we talked, I heard somebody saying that we have 7 spaces for boats to come in, whereas we actually have 20 spaces. And so I'd like to just have the facts out there first before we have any kind of further discussion. And so if it's all right, if Herb can come up and talk to us a little bit about what goes on with the pier, the extension of the pier.
Sure.
If I may, sir, as
Yes.
a way of introduction, Herb Gillum is with JLA, who was the designer for the project, and Kirby is with ATM, who was a sub, correct, Herb?
That's right.
On the project. And
Kirby Marshall is with Applied Technology Management there, a Mount Pleasant firm that's waterfront experts. So we teamed up with them. We're an architectural engineering firm. I've got a little bit of information. I'll try to go through it quick. We started this process back in November of 2014 when the city put together, or the town put together an RFQ. We submitted for it, and we're lucky enough to get the project, and we had a kickoff meeting back in March of 2015. We went through a pretty extensive process of gathering data and also meeting with all the stakeholders, and I'll go over those in just a second. At about the same time, we applied for a boating infrastructure grant. It's called a BIG grant, and that was based on ATM's experience what we were trying to do, which was to get access to the water for the public, could be covered by one of these grants. And we submitted for that grant back in August of 2015. We did a master plan for the entire park, which included extension of the pier, a new restaurant that would be over the existing store that's there now. We worked closely with the Charleston County Parks and Recreation Commission because they operated all of that, and it was their store, or the one that they operated. The grant was awarded back in the spring of 2016 and was for $1.2 million and change. We initiated the design of the pier, and then we started some of the construction on some of the other things that we had planned, which was putting in a new security system. Yeah, that'd be great to have that up. So then we did that. Let's go to that second slide. Okay, the data gathering input, we did a wind and wave analysis. That's what's needed to design the pier to make sure it withstand. I think we did a 50-year design life for the pier. We did an acoustical study because at the beginning the public said they wanted an amphitheater, but the noise study showed that it would be extremely expensive to do that. We did detailed survey, including hydrographic survey and a side scan sonar study that identified all the debris in the area, so that when we did this pier expansion, we wanted to make sure we knew where that was. We had a restaurant consultant on our team that looked at what we would do above that, the shop there to what size restaurant, what we would appeal to. The stakeholders we talked to were the Charleston County, we talked to the kayak and the water taxi industry, talked to the Charleston Harbor Pilots, we talked to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Diener, and the town staff. We talked to public safety, the administration, the Parks Department, public service, event staff for the park and the Cooper River Room. And I'm going to turn it over to Kirby because he took the information from the wind and wave study and also what the things that everybody said they wanted and came up with the design.
Good evening. So the thrust of the project, as it relates to the pier, as indicated by the stakeholders and the public, was to provide transient berthing at the park where no water access currently exists. That was one of the shortcomings that was noted of the existing park. As wonderful as it is, there's no way for boaters to get to the park and nowhere for them to access. So we conducted the studies, as Herb mentioned. We wanted to make sure there was tranquil berthing conditions at the site. It's exposed to the Cooper River and the harbor out there, so we wanted to make sure that a pier and a docking facility was developable in that area. We wanted to provide ADA access throughout the docking facility, of course, and create something that was physically sustainable on that harbor. We wanted to complement the other amenities at the park, which are so wonderful for families to enjoy by providing water access for families to come by the water and access and enjoy the park. And as well, provide a transient berthing destination for other folks from Charleston or James Island or West Ashley or elsewhere to come and experience the park during the day or during special events. And to utilize the existing infrastructure at the park, the existing pier, the existing restrooms and things like that to make it more affordable. The design elements of the pier, just very simply, it's a 310-foot extension of the pier to the north. It has a slight dogleg to it. That helps protect the interior slips from wind waves generated from the northwest condition. There's 40-foot long transient day dock slips. Those are the ones shown in yellow on your screen now.
How many did you say?
There's eight 40-foot dedicated slips for transient boaters. That's anybody that wants to come up there for the day, access the park. And,
Yes, sir.
So if they're 40-foot slips, obviously you can put a number of smaller boats on them. So it's not just 8 boats or 10 boats, it's significantly more.
That's correct. And in addition to those 40-foot slips, we've got a side tie dockage area, which is shown in teal and up against the pier extension. That provides about 200 additional linear feet of dockage, similar to what you have on Shim Creek that boats could berth up against in a very...
So that's a lot of 17-foot boats.
That's quite a few 17-foot boats, absolutely. So in addition to those docking spaces for the public to come in, there's also access for the town police and fire boats, which are shown on the shoreward, the right side of the diagram, for those folks to have permanent dockage. I think it was discussed that the police boat may not have permanent dockage, the fire boats over at Patriots Point. This will put them at a town-operated facility. As I mentioned before, 2 80-foot ADA, fully ADA compliant gangways for folks to get down there onto the water. And something unique to this site, which we think is going to make it a lot more sustainable, is to provide a fixed wave fence rather than a floating wave attenuator. A floating wave attenuator would have been moderately adequate at this site, but many of you may recall the floating attenuators over at Remley's Point, which are no longer there because they weren't sustainable. They weren't sustainable in that environment. So we've got a fixed wave fence to be constructed of concrete panels to really provide safe, tranquil conditions within this harbor during everyday use as well as during storm conditions to make sure the interior docks are sustainable. This will provide, as I mentioned, access to park amenities, the restrooms for transient boaters, and it'll provide something really, really neat. It'll provide a family-friendly boating destination in Charleston. We think we have a lot of boating destinations in this town, but you think about it downtown, there's just not too many. There's a few in Mount Pleasant, but this will provide family-friendly access to the park. Herb mentioned the Boating Infrastructure Grant, grant program administered by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, locally administered in South Carolina by SCDNR. They have a funding mechanism for day docks, which this project is intended to provide. No overnight dockage for transient boaters will be provided. That was something the stakeholders didn't feel that we wanted to provide, didn't want to compete with the marina at Patriots Point. The funding was applied for in 2015. As Herb mentioned, we got $1.2 million in a nationally competitive grant. The key attributes of the grant, which really put it over the top on a national level, was to provide that connection to the park from the water, improve the overall access to the park, and create that new transient boating destination to a family-friendly park. There was 2 project partners with the grant, Charleston County Parks and Rec, who operate the existing pier. They also operate Cooper River Marina, so they have that marina operations expertise, and the Charleston Convention and Visitors Bureau, who has the tourism center right there on site. Those are 2 key project partners. A little bit more about the timelines. I know this is the dull part, but we applied for permits to construct the facilities back in 2017, the spring of 2017. We got comments back, public comments from the agencies as well as residents in the area and other concerned parties. We responded to those comments quickly, and we were granted the permits for the project in the spring of 2018 by OCRM and the Corps. So the project is fully funded to construct as of now. Fully permitted, excuse me.
May I ask you a
Fully
question
funded.
about permitting?
Too.
Someone mentioned that the current permit does not allow for water taxis or ferries, is that correct?
That is correct. The original permit, while we discussed it with stakeholders and the Corps of Engineers, was not noticed to the public as something that would provide commercial use such as ferries. Therefore, even when we responded to public comments, we discussed ferries, gave specifics as to the Charleston water taxis, vessel, draft, length, size, number of passengers, things like that. But the Corps of Engineers felt that since they had not noticed the permit to include that specifically at the beginning of the project, they did not want to include that as an approved use at this time. To do so would require a very minor modification of the permit.
There you go.
That
The recommendation was to proceed with starting the project, and then after we got underway, to submit back to them
for the modification, that's correct.
they felt comfortable that we could get that.
And who makes that permit? Corps of Engineers?
Corps of Engineers.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's a process we've been through before. It's generally handled administratively.
Thank you. Ms. Lanning first.
Okay. So I was in the committee meeting where we discussed this and thought it needed to come back up to the council, and this is a lot more detail. Thank you. A big part of this is that it's being paid, other than the 1.2 million, it's also being paid for with TIF funds. So do we have a slide that shows we're all involved in the design of the second part? I mean, this is phase 2, but there's another part.
Right.
Okay.
There's 4 parts. There was the first part that we already have done was upgrade the security system, the electrical system, the signage, and that type thing, and the playground. Then there's the pier extension, which is the one that we're talking about here. There was a third part that was the addition to the restaurant. And then the fourth part is parking that would be needed if you built the restaurant. So the parking, even though the parking is designed to handle much bigger events, the way it's designed is the additional paved space is specifically what the restaurant would need. So they're kind of tied together, the third and the fourth.
So in that respect, if I remember correctly, the numbers are pretty close. If you take the 1.2 million that you wouldn't be able to use if you didn't use it now for the pier, I mean for the spaces, the slips, that the rest of the money could actually be reapplied to this next phase that would include the restaurant. And I believe, because we talked about this, the splash pad for children and the dog park and the overflow parking, which we do use at least once a month for big events, but also would probably be used if the restaurant was part of this.
So the expansion to the parking included a number of non-paved spaces, and that's where the splash pad and the dog park, it can be used as a park when it's not used for parking, but it's going to be more conducive to a park. So yes, that's.
Oh,
that's
okay,
what
so.
So that's what the fourth part.
So it's the actual space where the overflow parking is actually where the other would be. Okay, so the thing that we talked about was that if we didn't end up going forth with this, because there was some concern, maybe this is no longer the best use of that money, that then we could then go forward with the other part that actually has a lot of impact in terms of number of people affected and able to benefit from it, and wouldn't have to figure out where to come up with those funds later on, which again goes back to priorities in town and what's important. This is something that's already funded if we go ahead and move it to the other. So I just wanted to point out that was the second part of it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kinane, did you want?
Yes, sir. If we ended up not building this, does that hurt us for future grants like this?
If this project doesn't move forward, the $1.2 million would revert back to the Boating Infrastructure Grant Fund through Fish and Wildlife. That committee would likely not look favorably on granting additional funds if you return the first.
So then next time we go back, we could potentially be seen as a negative.
That's correct.
Thank you. And just for the administrator, Eric, do you know how much we've spent on this so far?
On the
Get to where we
entire
are
park?
today?
Yes, sir. The first phase, what you see today,
I'm talking about the dock stuff, all their work and.
y'all's contract was 800?
Small, it wasn't that. No, that part of it was probably around 400,000.
Yeah, that part. But we designed the entire
Part for
park.
the pier.
That's right.
Was about right at 800 to 900,000.
And in total, that was the design fee. The total estimate for what's left that we've talked about is almost 14.
So, but the permits, how much were they? Well, the permitting work was included in that 400?
Do y'all remember?
The permitting work?
Permitting, yes, okay.
Okay.
Mr. Owens?
Yes, thank you. When we were discussing this in Budget Committee, I was taken back a little bit about the number of boat slips that were being discussed as being a number of 10. I was very adamant about sending it back for further discussion and giving me time to further investigate what all was being requested and what all was being done for this pier. And it gave me a time to reflect and take a look at how many boat slips were actually going to be there and how beneficial having that dock and that pier was going to be. And in looking at it, I feel like with the permits that are in hand and the ability to amend the current permit to add water taxis for the potential of having people from the water taxi service going from downtown or Daniel Island to be able to meet at the pier, that this opportunity is we're going to lose this opportunity if we forego the project with all the permits in hand and the ability to amend a permit and to provide, more surface area for our citizens to enjoy the pier. So I have looked at this every way from Sunday, and initially, I wasn't willing to spend the money on just 8 boat slips, but there's a lot more to it than just 8 or 10 boat slips. So I appreciate you guys coming here and enlightening us as far as what is actually going to be taking place. And I think it's a worthwhile project. We have the funding in hand and permits in hand, and it seems to be an appropriate time to move this project forward. I would say that if there's any other considerations or concerns, I don't know if this is feasible, Mr. Demers, maybe you can even discuss it, but I know there's a cost factor in how much money we've got positioned for this project as we stand. So as construction, this was done 2017, so I would imagine there's probably a percentage that's gone up as far as costs, but it may be negligible. I don't know.
It's such a unique, I can speak to that, but it's such a unique type construction that it's all dependent on what their workload is. And there's a number of marine contractors in the area that are interested, and I believe Kirby's even talked to some of them.
Well, again, I thank you all for coming here and enlightening us and being part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Santos?
I was just going to add, the part about giving our citizens access to the water. That's one of the biggest complaints I hear from folks. We have, as you know, we've grown a lot. A lot of people have boats, and we don't have many landings. And so, if you ever been over to Remley's Point on a Saturday, it's bedlam over there in some of the places. So, I think this would give us an opportunity for some folks to be picked up over and brought over to our pier, and vice versa, picked up from the pier to go out and enjoy the water. I think it'll be benefiting our boating community. I've heard from a lot of them, and they think it's a great idea. So I think if it'll alleviate the congestion as well, and give people an opportunity to have access to the water, which is a very important thing that people want now is access to the water, and this certainly gives it to them. Not to mention the fact of the ferrying and the other things. Our police and fire boats having instant access to the water. Right now, our police boat is on land. If they have a call to put the boat in the water, they're going to have to put it in the water and go. And as we know, sometimes seconds, minutes can cost a life. Whereas if it's in the water, they jump in the boat and go. I think time is of the essence, and Kevin could probably speak to that more than I can, but I just think a first responder would be, and having our fire boat there instead of leasing space, is to be able to have our fire boat there as well to be able to respond to Coast Guard or another call for help. It just seems like it's beneficial. This is an approved project as well, already approved by council. We have the funding, and if we don't use it, it'll go away. And I just think it's a time to move forward with this project.
Mr. Santos, I have a quick question before we move on. You talked about access. You can't access this if you don't already have a boat in the water. There's no landing here.
Right.
Okay, for anybody listening, I mean, if you don't already have a way to get your boat in the water, either at another landing or you dock it somewhere, this is only a place to dock. There's no place
Right.
to.
Right, but what I'm saying is people can drive to our facility, our pier, and go out and go on the boats that can pick them up and take them out.
You can meet somebody there, but you
Right.
couldn't launch your boat there. Mr. O'Rourke, are you
Absolutely.
asking to be recognized? Yes, sir. You haven't spoken yet, that's why I'm coming to you.
My comment on this is about 50 years from now. And if we say no today, I don't think we'll ever see this again. We hear often from people that grew up on Coleman Boulevard, and they talk about how different Coleman Boulevard looks today than it did when they grew up. That area around that pier and all the developments that's going to be right around there, 20, 30 years from now, is going to be so different. And they can't, today, with the way the permits are, they can't access the water unless they have a boat. But I don't think it's going to be really hard in the future to actually have the ability to have water taxis or something there. And as we look down the road far into the future, I think that's what makes this town so unique. We're almost an island. You know, we've got the three sides with water, and to be able to have a trailhead, an access point for our citizens to be able to just have a nice evening boat ride or whatever, and just go there, I think that is an amenity that this town would really be able to enjoy. In truth, this thing isn't going to make any money. You know, it's going to. Marinas are costly, and but I think that there's opportunities to have this town really put itself on the map by some of the water features that we have. And if we vote no to take an existing project off, I don't think this is ever going to come back. That's my 2 cents.
Mr. Canane.
Yes, sir.
Bremer.
The issue of the kayaking and subs and the interaction between pleasure boats and the shrimp boats in Shem Creek constantly comes up. And it constantly comes up because it's dangerous. There's just too many people in there at one time and too many conflicting uses. And one of the reasons is you get in your boat, and that's the place to go. If there's 3 or 4 places to go, now there's maybe 3 places that you could stop a pleasure boat east of the Cooper, maybe about 4. Adding a nice one where somebody stops it for a half hour, you know, the family part, you may not want to bring your kids to the bars at Shem Creek from your boat. You know, this gives you that opportunity. And providing extra places for the kayak, for any water access, reduces the demand down at Shem Creek and those conflicts that we keep hearing about. The other thing is on the fire and police boat, the motion when it went back last time was supposed to come back with information about that. I think it's really not disputable that it would provide a quicker response. I think just a nod of the head from the 2 chiefs would work. Will improve the responses. For the police side, I think it's clear, right?
Yes, sir. Right now, from the land, officers responding off duty, the response is a 2-hour response. In the water at Patriots Point, if they're off duty, they can respond in about 30 minutes. If they're on duty, that response is generally cut in half, about 15 minutes.
So it'll be the same for the waterfront park.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And Chief Mixon, you don't see much of a difference other than it's closer to your fire station that staffs it?
It's about the same, just because the dock point at Memorial Waterfront is about twice as long as Patriot. There's a couple of ways we could, use a pickup truck and remove the bollards and get down closer. And then you also have the no-wake going at Patriots Point that takes a little bit longer to get out, but it's about the same. Maybe a couple minutes quicker if we change the response model for Memorial Waterfront. But currently as it stands, it's about 10
And it could facilitate a second boat, or, I mean, we have 2 boats. You could facilitate at some point a 3rd boat, or wave runners, or anything else that might be needed? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bremer?
Yeah, just for clarity, as I understand it, if nothing is done tonight, this project goes forward. Correct. So we've had a lot of discussion. I'm not aware of any motions at this point.
Not yet.
Is there a motion coming at some point? I'm just curious.
I'll be happy to make one, but it's an approved project, Eric, correct?
That's correct, sir. It's in the CIP.
So do we need a motion? Or how do we?
Only to discontinue that portion of the project. It's an approved project. It's a go until council says otherwise.
Okay. So, no
There's-
motion?
You don't need a motion to approve.
Right,
It's
okay, that's
already
what I'm
approved.
saying. So we move forward with this project if we don't make a
Unless there's a
motion.
motion to deny. Okay. For information's sake, Martine, would you do the slides? Chief, you emailed me the other day. Do we have does mutual aid or automatic aid affect fireboat coverage as well? Okay. Okay. So from that standpoint, and I think y'all can sit down. I don't think we have any more technical questions. So we have mutual aid with the Isle of Palms, and what you have here is a picture, and everybody knows how far Morgan Creek is. The thing about fires and fireboats and everything is that you got to look at where they're potentially going to happen, where the hazard is. So the number of boats and fuel docks is something that we need to take in consideration. And there may be a lot of reasons to proceed with this, but after we look at this, I want to question whether putting fireboats there is one of them. There are 102 boat slips at Wild Dunes Marina, which is on the right in this picture. There are 50 boat slips at the Isle of Palms Marina, and there is a fuel dock. We know how far that is. Do we know a response time from Patriots Point to Wild Dunes, should we have to help? Okay, do they have a fireboat?
It's a no-wake zone the whole way.
Okay. Okay. Okay, the next picture is the marina right there, tiny little thing right there at Breach Inlet. I'm not sure how many that is. I've run a boat out of there. I think it might be 10 or 15 boats, but that would be another response place that we would have to do for mutual aid that is a good bit closer than down the road. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to Toller's Cove. This is in the town of Mount Pleasant. Spoke with the manager there today. 162 boat slips and fuel docks there as well. And everybody knows that's out at the end of Ben Sawyer Boulevard, right where the bridge is. Next, let's make our way to Shim Creek. Don't have the actual number on the dry stack marinas there, but one we think is 150 boats. There are 2 or 3 fuel docks there. There was also the Palmetto Breeze tourist boat, so you're talking about 50, 60, 70 people on a boat at a time. If that boat had a fire, that would be a lot of people in a potentially bad situation there, given the number of those. There's also boat parking there as well, boat docking there as well. Just like we would have here where, in front of the restaurants or even the town pier there where you come up side to there. We didn't mention the Intracoastal Waterway. I don't know the traffic numbers there, but it's in the thousands of boats a year, including commercial traffic. I take it, Chief, that if we had to respond, if there was a fire on a vessel in the Intracoastal Waterway, we would be required to respond? Okay. So the Intracoastal Waterway is on the other side of town from where the Patriots Point Marina is now and where this proposed marina is. Here we are at Charleston Harbor Resort and Marina. This is in the town of Mount Pleasant. This is 459 boat slips, 17,000 linear feet of dock. They have a fuel dock, which is on fuel dock D. You can see the T-head right there. So you've got a lot of boats in there. I ran Charleston Race Week one year. The number of boats, the traffic, the 250 visiting sailboats, it is mass confusion. Plus you've got the fuel dock. You also have out of there, down at the bottom, the Charleston Water Taxi, which I've ridden quite a few times, including in the last 60 days. And they have various size taxis. I've ridden all of them. But again, you have a commercial carrier with a lot of passengers on it that if that caught on fire, and it would be our responsibility, is something we need to respond to sooner rather than later. And our fireboat is docked right there near where it says, it's on a jet dock, I believe, right where it says water taxi. Next to that is Patriots Point. And running out of Patriots Point is the Fort Sumter Tours. They have 200 to 250,000 passengers a year there on boats that hold hundreds of people. Years ago, I was on the harbor when I saw the Major Anderson catch on fire. I saw response boats coming from all over. When they come out of Patriots Point, they go left, they don't go right. They might occasionally go up that way. But if they get in distress, if they have a fire, where I saw it, it was between Castle Pinckney and Fort Sumter. So then if you look at north of where we're going, where is that slide that goes up the Wando? Look up the Wando. Everybody sees you see the Ravenel Bridge, you see the Memorial Park. If you look on there, you see that big bare spot. That's the State Ports Authority. There is nothing in the town of Mount Pleasant going up that way. There's a few private docks. There's no tour boats. There's no 400 boat marinas. There's no fuel docks. There's individual docks. So I question moving a first response boat anywhere north of the Ravenel Bridge when we know by statistics and everything that the likelihood of there being an incident because of fuel docks, traffic, and large commercial tour boats carrying dozens or sometimes 100 or more people is going to be in the opposite direction. I have a real hard time thinking it's a good idea to move a response boat away from where all of that action is. And you look up, all the way up the Wando River, past Hobcaw Creek. There's a small marina on Hobcaw Creek, all the way up. There's nothing else. There's nothing commercial for us. There's no marina. There's no fuel dock. There's no tour boats. I don't see the wisdom of moving fire boats or police boats up that way when we know the incidents are going to happen down this way. Mr. Kinane?
First of all, Mr. Mayor, thank you for plugging into the fire department. I'm glad to hear it. I think you might be a little confused on some of you're naming all the fuel docks. A lot of those are going to be fought from land, frankly. If there's a fuel dock issue, the land units.
Can you get a fire truck out on a floating dock?
The land units, which includes people, which we've discussed and tried to augment our number of people. The land units will send their crew out onto the dock, yes. And even with our 3-person fireboat, we're not addressing it without the land units. And we may have to board a Coast Guard boat or board the police boat or board a private boat to go fight a fire off the area. So it doesn't matter where the thing goes. Bottom line is it's creating a town infrastructure for the future, and the ability to get up the Wando River, there's a lot more boats up there than there was 10 years ago. And there is a marina that's not in the town, but there's some kind of arrangement with mutual aid, correct, with the Berkeley County? So Berkeley County has a sheriff's boat that can be seen up there during bad weather because their boat is not worthy for the harbor. They go up the Wando. That's when you see them up there. But they're not patrolling it every day. There's nobody else up there. And there is miles of river that borders on Mount Pleasant up there.
Understand. All right. So I have a couple of questions. And I guess we could ask either staff or the designers. Do we know a budget for the annual expected maintenance costs for this? Because we know the most expensive thing in the world is something that's sitting in salt water in terms of maintenance. So it's kind of like buying a boat. The first check you write is just one of the checks. What's it going to cost every year to maintain this?
I've got a slide.
That'd be great. Thank you.
There's a maintenance slide, which should be the second to the last of the blue slides.
Maybe I need new glasses, but my screen's blank.
Martine's looking.
All right.
at it.
Mr. Mayor.
Can you give us
I'm
a
looking at
shirt
you.
sleeve estimate? You got an estimate?
It's in the thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands of dollars. It's very limited. And the reason for the limitation is the robust nature of the design. We considered, here we go, the project conditions considered a 50-year return interval, which is appropriate for a municipal piece of infrastructure. Typically, recreational marina facilities are designed for either a 25 or a 50-year return interval. In this case, we went to a 50. As I mentioned, we're going with a fixed concrete wave fence as opposed to the floating wave attenuators that we had at Remley's Point. It's more robust, it's safer. We think we want people down on the floating docks. If you have people down on an attenuator, it can move around. So we're gonna protect this facility with a fixed wave fence. The interior floating docks, we assume will be an aluminum frame structure with epay or some hardwood decking on top to provide something that's really robust, very resilient, not like southern yellow pine that'll have to be treated or repaired very often. Both of these systems are designed to be in a marine environment, and not just any marine environment, but the site-specific marine environment at the site. We did a site-specific wind and wave study that studied the waves, the winds, the tides, the currents, the wakes at this site. Met with the harbor pilots to discuss their transit and routes past this area to make sure that we took into account their vessel movements, wake heights, things like that. So this is going to be a very robust, very low maintenance project. I can give you an example. We just completed a project for the Charleston City Marina. They have the Navy built the old wave panels out there, the concrete wave panels. We just completed a maintenance project on those panels. It was the first time they had been maintained in over 60 years. That was a robust maintenance. The interior floating docks, as I mentioned at this site, we presume that they're gonna be an aluminum frame structure, very heavy duty, designed for a marine environment. Bristol Marina, we did back in 2004, Charleston Peninsula, just north of 17. It's much more exposed. There's no protection from any fixed wave fence. That operator has never done so much as tighten a bolt over there. So this is going to be an extremely low maintenance project. In addition, the Boating Infrastructure Grant that provided the $1.2 million for the initial funding also has an annual budget available for maintenance. So if and when there is maintenance, storm come by, you need to do a little bit of maintenance, there's grant funding available to facilitate that on a 75% federal allowance and 25% local match.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't finished yet, but I'll come to you. Another question I have, not of y'all, is about TIF funding in general. My understanding of TIF funds is that with the county schools and with the county, that they allowed us to use districts. You draw a line on a base of what the real estate tax base is at that point over a period of, was it 10 years, Eric? 20 years. We got to keep that, and the purpose of TIF funds is to reinvest them into those districts so that the tax base is raised, so that when the districts expire, everybody's better off. We used TIF funds to build this building for $34 million, and this will be $5, $6, $7 million, whatever, on something that is attached to something that doesn't pay taxes, which is our park. So I know this was approved years ago. I know I'm probably a voice shouting in the wind, but from TIF fund standpoints, I have a real hard time justifying how spending this on something that doesn't pay taxes will raise the tax base in the adjoining neighborhood. And so I question that. I also question how building a restaurant that we will operate, or not operate, but we will own and lease to someone when we're competing with an advantage against the private sector because we don't have to pay taxes and we never have to worry about our taxes going up. How does that make the restaurants up the street, up Wingo Way or over on Patriots Point Boulevard, how does that make their tax value go up? It makes theirs go down because they're competing against the government who's using their own tax dollars against them. So I have some real issues with this form of TIF funding. I don't think this is the best way to spend $5 million. If I gave you $100,000 and asked you to go out and spend $500,000, I'm not sure that you would do that. So the fact that the government is trying to prime our pump with $1.2 million is not a game changer for me. So I question this whole thing, and I'm prepared to make a motion that we stop the funding on this as we did in the Budget Committee by a 5-4 vote, and it stays in this TIF district as it has to, and we look at what other possible uses, including the other phases of the park, there might be. So that is the motion from the chair. Do I have a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
All right, have a motion, have a second. Mr. Owens, you wanted to be recognized, I think?
I was going to, we were just talking about what the materials were on the pier and the, called out aluminum framing, coated steel. I'm assuming it's some sort of bitumastic epoxy or something along those lines. What are you going to use for a coated steel?
Anchor piles for the floating docks, typically in Charleston, they're either pre-stressed concrete or coated steel with coal tar epoxy.
That's what, bitumastic, right? Okay, thank you.
I'm looking for the right wording. I want to make sure the motion's clear. Hang on just a second for clarification.
The motion was to remove any funding
Remove,
sources
thank you.
for the project. Is that
To re-
similar to what you have, Madam Clerk?
To remove the TIF funding for this particular part of this, I know it has a phase, and I can't ever remember which phase this is of the park, phase 2, okay. To remove the funding for phase 2. We had a second, we're in discussion, Mrs. Whitley has the floor.
And in your motion, is there any recommendation to move that over to phase 3 and 4, or phase 4, or just remove it and that money is now floating out there to be used for who knows what, just in that district?
I was trying to keep it general so that the motion is only on whether we spend it on the marina or not, and then there can be a follow-up motion for that as to what we would spend it on. In other words, I don't want the motion to die because people don't like where the money goes. I want this to strictly be on the merits of spending this much money strictly on boat slips. Does that make sense?
Eric, I have a question for Eric.
Sure.
That $5 million, if we don't spend it on the pier extension, what's the timeline on when we have to spend that money, and what are the parameters of its use at that point?
If not for the pier, it can be used on the other remaining parts that have been discussed. If not for the park at all, it must be returned to the participating entities.
So it is earmarked for the park. It must be used for the park. Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I will amend my motion to say to redirect it to the other phases of the.
Mayor, you just gave a speech on why TIF funds didn't make sense.
Because I can't send them to anything else according to what we're getting.
So you're against TIF funds for marina, but you're for TIF funds if it's for a park.
I would send them back. I would send the TIF funds back because this is not what
That's
TIF
not
funds
what
were
you just-
meant to spend them on.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Lanning.
Thank you. Okay, a couple things. One, there had already been a, when you go out to the, pier now, which we do every time we do the blessing of the fleet, and we did recently, it's quite a long pier. I'm not out there on a Saturday typically because I just don't have time. So the question is, are we talking about a situation where we have so many crowds that adding this dogleg addition to the pier really has a substantial impact in terms of usage? Because I didn't get that impression. I haven't gotten that impression. Because really, all we would have on that is more concrete and then some shelters. So the only thing that we keep talking about is the slips, and that's really what we're spending the money on, it seems like. So that's why I feel like the impact, if we then ask the question, well, how will we eventually pay for phases 3 and 4? I'm sorry to keep my back to y'all. How will we pay for phases 3 and 4? And that's a big question up in the air because it's like part of capital improvement plan. We know we've got a lot of other things that are important, like drainage for the old village. And that being the case, if we use that money towards paying for 3 and 4, that has a lot broader impact on a lot more people, it just seems like we save our taxpayers money.
Mr. Bustos?
Yeah. Collect my thoughts here. I think first of all, TIF funds, most states have quit using TIF funds because they become like slush funds. And TIF funds here take money from the county and they take money from the school district. So I guess very reliably you could say that the school district and the county participated in building this. I would rather have seen, and of course, this would have to go back in time, I would have rather seen an addition to the Shem Creek boat launch, I think was, and I believe was one of the recommendations tonight in the Shem Creek plan. And I guess we can't go back in time and redo that, but another lane at the Shem Creek boat launch would have been nice. I think now we would have a greater impact for the people of Mount Pleasant if we had where they could get down to the restaurant, enjoy the pier, have a place to park rather than, you know, in the dirt lots and all that, and the idea of having where people could recreate in another part of the park. I don't believe that means that the boat, that area down there with the dock would come off the plan, but I think we should be able to change priorities as priorities change, and we should be able to do that. So that's why I would rather see the priority change than us maintain building the boat slips down there. And part of it is because of the TIF funds. And I don't think there's any secret that I haven't been real fond of TIF funds anyway. Like I said, a number of states have done away with their use because they became great big slush funds, and that's a bad word. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Santos?
Yeah, I just want to say, some years ago, we spent $6 million of TIF funds on 45 acres of marsh, and nobody said a word. Now here we're looking at putting less TIF funds to something that's going to be a great asset to the town, as Tom mentioned. And we're hearing people talk about TIF funds. I mean, we have spent so much. Eric, how much money do you think we spent in TIF funds so far? Just a guess.
Tens of millions.
Nobody says a word, but now all of a sudden it's a big deal. I mean, come on, guys. If you're against boating, if you don't want to slip, just say it. But don't be using these things, because we have a history of using them, and it's been very good for the town. The citizens love it, and they're crying for more access to the water. It's an approved project. I mean, it has all the benefits to our first responders and everything. And I see you reaching out there trying to stop this for no reason. And I'm ready to vote. So I call for the vote.
Has everyone spoken? No, we can't call for the vote as long as someone still wants to speak.
Just a point of order, because I believe we had a motion that was seconded, and then you.
There was no amendment. It's just to remove funding.
It's just remove funding.
There was no second to the amended.
That's correct. Okay.
So the motion is simply to remove funding from Phase 2.
Thank you.
All right. The motion is to remove funding from Phase 2 of this. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second. I'm sorry.
What do we do?
I wasn't me.
Point of order. What do we do?
Nothing.
Clarify the question and call for the.
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right, everybody pay attention. A yes vote is to remove funding from Phase 2. Why don't we have the clerk call the roll, since it's late and everybody's not paying attention?
It's not that late, comparatively.
Clerk?
Mr. Brimmer.
No.
Mr. Brimmer votes no. Mr. Bustos.
Aye.
Mr. Bustos votes yes. Mr. Cunane.
No.
Mr. Cunane votes no. Ms. Landing.
Aye.
Ms. Landing votes yes. Mr. O'Rourke.
No.
Mr. O'Rourke votes no. Mr. Owens.
No.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Santos.
No.
Mr. Santos votes no. Ms. Whitley.
Yes.
Ms. Whitley votes yes. Mayor Haney.
Yes.
Mayor Haney votes yes.
Motion fails 5-4, so it is still an approved project and it will continue. We move to item 10A1.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Under committee action items, there is one action item coming from the HR committee that's under executive session. So we won't deal with it here, but just wanted to note that there is one action item coming later on.
Got it. Thank you. This moves us to item 10, council business, new business, approval to add question to boards and commissions application forms seeking information as to arrest record of applicants. Would whoever put this on the agenda like to address this, please?
Yes, sir. I put it on the agenda. As I was looking through the commissions and boards, also the applications for employment, I noticed that there were no background checks on boards and commissions. And so what I was looking at doing, I had called Mr. Demora to see if in fact that there were background checks on all employees, and he affirmed that. So to keep it simple, I just wanted to add a question to the boards and commissions application that other than traffic citation, have you ever been arrested or convicted of a crime? If so, please explain. But I have gone to Mr. Demora, Mr. Paglarini, who's informed me that they're already covered under the application for employment, and to keep everything coordinated, that we could use the same language, and if Mr. Paglarini could read the language to the employment application, it would be appreciated.
Right, thank you, sir. Just for the benefit of council, the item on the agenda requests changing language for arrest record, and I pulled an employment application from our helpful HR people, and the question on our town application is, have you ever pled guilty, no contest, or been convicted of a crime in the last 10 years? And it's a yes or no. If so, please explain. So the recommendation, if you move forward, would be to be consistent with our employment
Be consistent,
application.
right.
Can you read that again, please, one more time?
Sure, yes, sir. Have you ever pled guilty, no contest, or been convicted of a crime in the last 10 years?
So this is conviction, which is different from arrest.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
This is only conviction. Right. Did everybody clear on that? Yes, sir. Well, okay. If you got a question, we don't have a motion or anything yet.
Oh, okay. When you say arrested, isn't a traffic ticket technically an arrest?
Well, that's not what,
I'm asking Mr. Paglarini.
okay.
Sorry, sir, if is an arrest, yes, sir, a traffic ticket would be considered an arrest.
Traffic ticket is considered an arrest.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Was somebody, did I see a hand?
I'd like to, since I had the floor, if you don't mind, if I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
All right, hold on a second. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the language that's in the employment application and place it on boards and commissions as well.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, who was the second on that? Thank you.
Ms. Santos, that's in the employment application. That has to do with not arrest, but convictions or pleas. Okay. What's the best way to put this in the motion so we know exactly what we're?
I'd be happy to read it in again if council wishes. It says, have you ever pled guilty, no contest, or been convicted of a crime in the last 10 years? Yes or no? And if so, please explain.
Got it.
Sir?
So most traffic offenses are not considered a crime, correct?
It does say.
A stop sign is a violation, that's not a crime, right?
Well, it does say, it doesn't specify as to whether it's a misdemeanor or felony. It just is general.
Violations, misdemeanors, felonies, like 3 levels, right? And so a red light isn't a crime, it's a violation, isn't that how it is?
It's a violation of our code. I would say it covers all of those things, sir.
So was the answer to that this would involve traffic tickets, running a stop sign?
Stan might offer clarity, but I think from a legal perspective, if you're pleading to something, whether it's a misdemeanor, this doesn't specify misdemeanor or felony. If you'd like to specify felony, you certainly can.
Doesn't the word crime include misdemeanors and felonies and not violations? That was always my understanding.
It's a violation of.
I was trained in a world far, far away in law school, so, but.
I'd say if it's a violation of the state or town criminal code, then I would assume it fits under this broad definition. Yes, sir.
Is it a comment or a question for legal? Go ahead. You have the floor, but I was just trying to see if I need to get out of the way. Yes, Mr. Bremer.
So just a couple of questions. number one, what's the problem we're trying to solve with this? And number two, what are we going to do with the information that they give us? I mean, someone says yes, what does that mean? And what's the problem that we're trying to solve with another regulation?
And if I may, I don't know who this is for, but this would be a technical question for a point of order. I guess for employment applications, Mr. Paglarini, employment law covers the confidentiality of that. When people apply for our boards and commissions, I'm looking, maybe Eric, I don't know. When they apply for boards and commissions, do they have the same confidentiality that they have when they apply for employment? Or is it different because this is public and it's voted on publicly and they are put there by council? Somebody give me.
It's a public document, sir.
It's
The
a public
information
document.
contained is public.
Is an employment application a public document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's no more public than an employment
Right,
application?
and
Okay.
again, this was
That was just
placed on the
question.
agenda, we haven't had any discussion about it. All I'm suggesting is that the town already has an employment application with that language. You can certainly have different language or none at all, but my only point is if you'd like to remain consistent, this is what we have.
Right,
Mr.
so-
Bremer, I'd like, you have the floor, but I would like an answer to that question. What's the problem we're trying to solve?
Yeah, I mean, employees sometimes are responsible for funds, public funds. They also make decisions that can make the town liable in some situations. Our commission members generally don't have that same level of responsibility. So I'm not for or against this at this point. I'm just trying to I'm wondering what the issue is here we're trying to fix. And if someone says yes on this application, does that prevent them from serving, or what's the follow-up going to be? I run rap sheets every day. I look at rap sheets every day. We're not going to run rap sheets on people now, are we? I mean, I'm just kind of curious as to what this is leading to, so we can have a sense of, what's the point here.
Ms. Rose? If you-
Yeah, Bob, primarily my reason for this was just to be proactive and making things consistent across the board with regard to applications for the town and safeguarding the town. The question is asked, and whether it's answered yes, all that does is it notifies whoever the processor is of the yes. And so, it probably doesn't have any, other significance other than notifying the processor notifies the supervisor, or in this case, with the boards and commissions, council is notified. And so, it's not like we would use the same discretion here at council. I would like to think and hope that the administration does with a employment application.
Mr. Bustos?
Question I have, the folks that we appoint to these boards and commissions, are they employees?
No, sir.
They're not employees?
That's correct.
Okay, they're not employees. The second thing is, when would this be effective if it should pass?
Absent any specific date provided by council, it would become effective immediately.
Okay, so no one would be going back in time to require
Not-
arrest records?
Not unless council asks for a retroactive
Okay.
view of that.
Who does our background checks?
It's run through our Human Resources Division.
Okay, Human Resources Division, okay, so it's gonna cost the town to do that. Whether they do that through NCIS or how do they do that?
We contract with a security type company to do that.
Okay. So we're gonna have to dedicate employees. If these folks are not employees, I don't know that they should be held to the same standard as an employee. So I can't support this.
Ms. Lanning?
I don't think we had clarification, or else I just missed it, on the whole thing about like a speeding ticket, a minor speeding ticket. It sounded to me like that's still considered a violation, or what did you say?
All I'm saying is, this does not specify between misdemeanor, felony, or anything. If it's a violation of the criminal code, whether it be our local ordinances or state code, I would take the position that it is a crime.
Like if they had a straw at a restaurant.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
Including plastic bag violations. You still have the floor. Are you finished?
So again, I just feel, are we maybe making something out of nothing here. Because it's not nothing if somebody has committed a real crime. I would hope that everybody would want to know about that, for certainly. But now we're talking about things, and I was kidding about the straws, by the way, Jim, so we're friends. So I just don't know about the whole thing about if someone has a speeding ticket or something. I don't understand why we would be even considering that as an issue, whether they can serve on a board.
Mr. Canane?
Yeah, I looked it up. Most traffic violations are considered infractions and not crimes.
Is your mic on? I'm not.
Most traffic violations are considered infractions and not crimes. I was using the term violation because in another state that I'm admitted to practice, that's the word. But it's an infraction if it's a red light and that type of stuff. If it rises to a crime like a DUI or an unlicensed operator or some kind of aggravated use of a vehicle, obviously that's a crime. But the infraction is not a crime. So I don't think we're looking to get the person who ran a stop sign out of the mix, right, Mr. Owens?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Bustos?
Okay. Chief, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but in South Carolina, well, there was a time when you could go to jail for 20 years for a misdemeanor because the state legislature designated felonies, and I think at one time there were only 13. You could, burglary was a misdemeanor. And I think some of that, perhaps that's changed and perhaps it hasn't. But with regard to tickets, as I understand it, the way it worked in South Carolina, at least at one point, was you were under arrest, but you were issued a courtesy summons to court. And if you did not show at court, the judge just turned the ticket over, signed it, and it became an arrest warrant. Is that still the way it works?
No, sir.
Okay.
We generally have two types of crimes, misdemeanors and felonies. Even though Mr. King is actually correct, not all of our traffic offenses are criminal violations. So speeding under 25 miles an hour is a violation against your driver's license, but it's not a jailable offense. There's a fine attached, but there is no jail time associated with that. So that would be the differentiation between a misdemeanor where there is jail time affixed versus where there's not jail time affixed. Historically, they were able just to turn the citation over and have that become the per se bench warrant for that arrest. That's no longer the case now. If somebody doesn't show because of a Supreme Court ruling, the justice has identified what is necessary for a bench warrant. If somebody doesn't show on a traffic citation, it's a NARVAC. It's the compact, it goes against your license are suspended, and that's the way that's handled, unless it's a jailable offense. The jailable offense, the judge can rule you back in and can possibly issue a bench warrant after all the notices are given. But not all traffic violations are jailable offenses, so there is a big difference there.
Okay, so, but with traffic tickets, there are some jailable offenses and some are not.
Some jailable, speeding 25 and over, that's considered reckless driving, 6-point moving violation. You can get 30 days for that.
Right.
Driving under suspension, DUI, reckless driving, of course. On the other hand, there used to be a jailable offense for a state charge for drug paraphernalia. There still is a state charge. It's a jailable offense, but it's a civil penalty. So the solicitors don't want to prosecute that. The judges aren't going to set a bond because there's no criminal violation for that civil penalty. And like a lot of our town ordinances, a lot of those are civil in nature and aren't necessarily arrestable offenses, and there is a civil fine associated with that. So there is some lack of clarity there and some muddying of the water when it comes to what our state recognizes. And you make a very good point. Our state doesn't have clear cut what is the difference between misdemeanor and a felony. There's high misdemeanors and there's low felonies. So.
That's right.
So,
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Bremer asked for the floor.
If I could finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Yes, sir.
I just think, and Chief made a very good example of that. This is so confusing in South Carolina. I don't think we need to be in this business.
Mr. Bremer?
Well, it kind of goes back to my other question is what do we do with this information? Are we going to take people who have been convicted of a DUI and say you can't serve? What about simple possession of marijuana? What about driving under suspension? These are all misdemeanors. Are we going to say if you've got any of those charges and you've taken care of that you can't serve? I mean, what is the purpose unless we're talking about serious felonies here? And even then, it depends. But what's the line here? What sort of offenses are we going to say you're not eligible because you've had this history? That's what I'm kind of struggling with here.
I haven't looked this way. Anybody down there? Okay, we have a motion. If there's no further discussion, the motion is to adopt the language that was read, that's in the employment application, that has to do with convictions for, is it crimes? Infractions of the law? Crime. Okay, of crime. All right, so a yes vote is to adopt that language, and this is for our boards and our appointed boards and commissions. I'm not sure if we can do a voice vote, if we ought to do a roll call. We might as well do a roll call. Okay. Divide the assembly, please.
Dan, please say something. You're a legal person.
We've finished discussion. Yeah, we're voting. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, clerk.
Mr. O'Rourke.
No, but I can't.
Mr. O'Rourke votes no. Mr. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Santos.
Aye.
Mr. Santos votes yes. Ms. Whitley.
No.
Ms. Whitley votes no. Mr. Brimmer.
No.
Mr. Brimmer votes no. Mr. Bustos.
No.
Mr. Bustos votes no. Mr. Cunane.
Aye.
Mr. Cunane votes yes. Ms. Landing.
No.
Ms. Landing votes no. Mayor Haney.
No.
Mayor Haney votes no.
The motion fails 6-3. Nice. All right, thank you very much on that. Item 10A, new business. No, A1, A2, consideration to change the form of government to mayor council. Mr. Bustos.
Yes. And here again, just as Mr. O'Rourke was moving along on that for the request for a referendum, I thought it would be good, since we're closing in on time, to get it through all the wickets and get it to the county and be prepared for the election, to have a question on the ballot of whether or not the town of Mount Pleasant should adopt the mayor-council form of government. And before we get into some other comments, just so we know what this is and what this is not, we have some slides. And this is from the Municipal Association and the authority of the form of government for the state, local governments, and what the duties are of the councils and the administration and staff. The major differences between the two, the executive and administrative powers and responsibility of the governments, where they're vested. Okay. And here's a breakout of how many have the different forms of government. Mayor council, 142, council 95, and council manager, 33. If we could go to the next slide. The most used form of government in South Carolina municipality is the mayor-council form, 142 of 240 municipalities. Okay.
270.
Oh, what did I say?
240, it's 270.
270, I'm sorry. 142 of 270 municipalities use the mayor-council form. Okay. In the mayor-council form of government, this outlines the council powers. It serves as, okay, and then the mayor's powers. Once again, the mayor's powers, and as you see, there isn't a lot of difference in the mayor and council. It's just that the mayor is given more work to do. And later on, or right here in this slide, you see he can have help with with council approval, can hire an administrator. So, we're not losing anything. Next. This is about the council form. This is only 95 of 270. Okay. Mayor's powers, as you see, are administrative, presides at meetings, and has informal authority as leader of the council and staff. Okay. Council form. Now and this is council manager form, just for information, 33 of 270. This is probably the least used. Okay. All right. And then we can go through the rest. Okay. This is how you change the form of government. And that's it. So we're looking at, and what I'm suggesting is that we put this in the form of a question to the voters of Mount Pleasant to determine whether we should be a mayor-council form of government or remain as a council form of government. And I know there were some questions that I've received. What happens if you elect someone that you don't think can do the job, or is incapable of doing the job, or doesn't do the job well? Well, I think actually by going to the mayor-council form of government, people will pay a little more attention to who they're voting for mayor. Right now, I'm sorry? You said something?
I didn't say anything.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just considered another member of council, so people tend not to pay as much attention. Not throwing off on the mayor, but I think if we do have a mayor-council, that people would pay more attention. And as it's been described several times here this evening, this town is getting larger, it's more complex, and it's going to take an executive branch, which if you look at most government, you have an executive branch, a legislative branch, and a judicial, and certainly we have a judicial. We have a legislative, which is everyone here, but we don't really have an executive branch. So this would give our town government an executive branch, and I do believe that people would pay attention to who they're voting for mayor. Of course, we're all susceptible to, vote for the wrong person. It happens. But I think this is something we need to do, and like Tom did, I think this is something that if we have an appetite for it on council, that we will send this to the Police, Legal, and Judicial Committee for some more fleshing out, and then bring it back in July for first reading.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just want to read something real quick based on the information that Joe just gave. This is from the Post and Courier today. The strong mayor form is the most used across the state, but the vast majority of those are in the municipalities with populations under 1,000. Scott Slanton of the Municipal Association of South Carolina said, "Here are the types of governments used by South Carolina's 10 largest towns. Every one of them are either council manager or so you have only two of them that are actually mayor-council form of government, and that's Charleston and North Charleston. The 10 largest cities in the state, only two of them are mayor-council, and that's Charleston and North Charleston. This is according...
Point of order, that's incorrect. Goose Creek has the mayor-council form of government.
Okay, I'm just
in
reading
the top 10.
I'm just reading the 10 largest. They're not the largest. Apparently not in the 10 top largest according to the Post and Courier.
Goose Creek's in the top 10.
Well, then they missed it on here. I'm just reading from what was in the paper. So as you see, out of the 10 largest in the state, only 2 of them have a mayor council form of government. And some of them have council manager, don't even have a mayor. So I just want to make sure that goes on to the record. Thank you.
Let me ask a question, Mr. Bustos. I've answered this question a bunch of times. No matter what this council decides, it would not take effect during the term that I was elected to mayor from 17 to 21. That's not even contemplated in this discussion.
That's correct. And I'm sorry I didn't cover that. The idea and what my intent is to have the referendum question, and then it would not take effect while this mayor is sitting. And so the voters would know when they vote in 2021 that they are voting for a full-time mayor. Does that answer?
I'm sitting here as the current mayor, and I only took an oath until 2021, and I didn't want anybody to get the impression that this would change what I was elected to. That's all I have to say. Yes, ma'am.
We heard quite a few comments tonight about the fact that the town has grown, the fact that the responsibilities of the mayor often require decisions, and I've even had people calling me separately, several different people, and others texting, others emailing, that, for instance, when you go to a meeting with some of our other neighboring communities, there might be something that really has an urgency to it, and you're the only one that's not able to act on it because you have to go back to council to get an okay on things. I think this is a complicated question. I have information that seems to come from the City Managers Association or something along those lines that makes it sound like towns run more efficiently when they have a city manager. So in other words, there's conflicting information. I think the idea of putting this in committee where we at least look at it closer and make sure we vet all aspects of what I've just said, as well as others we've heard tonight and others that are out there, is not a bad way to go, just because then we know what really makes sense and whether we should put it up for a referendum for the people, which, after all, in a way, is a good way to hear what they think.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. O'Rourke. Microphone.
I'm not turning my back on you. I just don't have a microphone that works. When they talked about Mayor Swales bringing this up, I don't know if I read that in the paper or somewhere, but this has been a discussion that's been going on that at least gets brought up every once in a while. And I don't think it's unfair to talk about governance of this city, especially one that started very small and is now very large. But I don't think you can discard the over 8,000 signatures of people that wanted to say, can you at least discuss single-member districts? I don't know what we can do and what we can't do. There are some members of council that were around in 1986 when the Justice Department walked in here and snooped around and looked to talk about that. But a lot of us don't know about that. And I'm not so sure a lot of us understand the real intricacies of whether it's strong mayor or strong council. And by the way, they're not the only two. There are others. So I wish that we could have a discussion in a committee, police, legal, judicial, probably, next month, to talk about all of governance. And it would be good if we can bring somebody from the Municipal Association here. These slides were really good. I'm going to ask for some of those because I'm a slow reader and I didn't get through all the information, but I found it very interesting. But like me, when I read something interesting, I have more questions. So I think I would like to see it in a committee being discussed. But again, I have this thought and this, I'll tell you what, I don't care what we think. Getting 8,200 or whatever the number is signatures is pretty impressive. And at least it tells us there's a large amount of people that at least want us to discuss it. I don't even know if we can do it. But It would be good. So one other thing, I don't even know why I'm telling this, but I found it kind of funny today.
There's the
So
time.
I'm sitting here thinking about, well, maybe they want single-member districts because there's no representation in the northern part of town, and that makes sense. And then I'm sitting here thinking and doing the math, and if I'm off along Point Road, so if I'm considered in the north, 5 of us are from the northern part of the town, which is kind of interesting. So, whatever. But, so my point is, I am actually for a discussion, if we can have this. Police, legal, and judicial would be good. I'd like to sit there and listen to it. But I'll tell you what, we can think whatever we want, all 8 of my colleagues, but I think the public wants us to talk about this, and I think the public wants us to think about this. And we serve the public, so I think we should have the discussion.
All right. Yes, sir.
I mean, we don't need to vote on this. We can just as we did with the money for open space, we can just go ahead, and you're the chairman, so I would ask that you put it on the police, legal, and judicial for further discussion, so we can bring it back for potentially first reading in July.
Okay. Mr. Kinane.
Yeah, I'd be prepared tonight to vote this down for the simple fact of fairness. It had nothing to do with the merits of it. Two years ago, a group of people, and I've been told it was less than 20 people, got together and said, let's go get signatures. And they got those over 8,000, but they didn't make the cut. I think it's pretty disrespectful to those 20 people and the 8,000 people who signed it for us to decree this now. This should be done by petition. If we made a group of citizens 2 years ago sign petitions, let's get this done by petition. I have no problem with the people deciding up or down on the issue. I just don't think we should decree something that we just told other people they had to get petitions for. That doesn't sit well with me. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Bremer?
Yeah. Just a little reminder to my colleagues here that everything that you say into a microphone here will eventually surface years from now. Someone will raise it. So as one of our speakers today quoted me from a couple of years ago, not inaccurately, by the way, the quote was exactly accurate. But the issue that he talked about and the issue that's come up here tonight is not the issue that's being proposed tonight. That was not about mayors and strong mayors, weak mayors. That was about how all of us are elected as council members. And that was turned down because they didn't meet the threshold for their petition. Personally, I think this is an issue that can be discussed. However, I really am not going to support anything regarding the mayor's powers until we have a discussion that the residents brought to us, which was how we are elected. I wasn't a fan of the single-member districts then because I think there were concerns raised by both sides. One side concerned about losing votes. The other side worried about concentration of power within parts of town. I think if we do anything regarding forms of government, that's where we should start. Because once we know how we are elected and how power is sort of shared across town, then that gives us a better view of the role the mayor should play. But I think looking at the strong mayor, weak mayor, before we look at how council is elected, I think is doing it backwards. So if we want to have a discussion on form of government, I think we should start where the 8,000 people told us to start, which is whether some sort of districting or other election method is appropriate. That's my thought.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bussa.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting on both because it's talking about the petitions, but just so everyone knows, in 2008, I believe it was, this council extended their own terms for 14 months by vote of council. And I think Gary probably remembers that.
He says yes. He's saying yes.
And there was no petition. There was no public hearings, but this council extended their own terms by 14 months. So there is precedent that it's been done by vote of council. So, just so we know.
Some of us voted against that.
Yes, we did. I know. As a matter of fact, Gary and I wanted to do it by referendum, but we were outvoted. So anyway, there is that history. So anyway, if we're taking it to committee, you know, as far as I'm concerned, we can move on.
I'm ready to move on. There's nothing to vote, nothing to discuss. It can just be put on the agenda. And Mr. Bremer, I think your suggestion about looking at all of that is perfectly valid. And we'll get the municipal association to come down and talk. On both of these things, on a lot of things, I do want to mention to council, try to make the committee meetings even that you're not on, so you can hear all this at the committee level on these things. So, you know, it helps and it keeps us from backtracking a lot. And this is a little off the record, but speaking of districting, or this might, no, we don't have it. Tomorrow night is the vote of the constituent school board on Lucy Beckham. And all else I can say is after going to several of those meetings and looking at the maps and the arduous task of coming up with districts, that would be a huge thing, but Bob, that's what we'll find out about. So this moves us to item B, old business, final reading of an ordinance to amend Code of Ordinances relating to placing matters on the agenda.
Move for final reading.
We have a motion for final reading. Do we have a second?
Second.
And before we do that, Mr. Pagliarini has to clear up an administrative thing that Mrs. Whitley had addressed in the last meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 19041. Last month, I reviewed the minutes, and there was a question about some language that Ms. Whitley had asked and PLJ approved prior to coming to council. What I want to say is that language was apparently not on the slide that you also saw, but was in the ordinance that you received and was noticed to the public. And specifically, that language is, should the matter be placed on a committee agenda, it shall then be eligible for placement on a council agenda regardless of the outcome, if any, at committee. So that was just to say, once it's on the agenda at a committee, regardless of any outcome, it then becomes eligible for council consideration.
Right. So that would not make this like the state or Congress, where if it dies in committee, it doesn't make it to
That's correct,
the floor. If you want to bring it to the floor, doesn't mean it won't die again.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can I speak?
Absolutely, you have the floor.
I voted against this last month. I think it was 8-1, but I just like to note that this is basically tyranny going on. We have 9 council members elected by everyone in town, and we want to control, or somebody wants to control, whether your elected council members can place things on the agenda. Tonight, we've had things brought up on the agenda that didn't go through committee from various people. And nobody seems to have a problem with it, but now we're going to codify that you have to go through, I call it a hierarchy of council members. If you're not a chairperson, I'm not a chairperson of any committee, I have to get another person to endorse my idea before it can come here, as opposed to someone who's a chairman who could just put it on the council, on the committee agenda. So it creates a second-class council member, and it's wrong. And I've seen things that should have been on planning brought through transportation or vice versa. Any ordinance can go through PLJ because it's an ordinance. So it creates these pockets of power on the council that are not in accordance with the intent of this form of government. I'll be voting against it again, and I hope some of my colleagues will take that to heart and think about whether, if you are in that position where you're being told that you have to be subordinate to another council member who happens to be a chairperson, if you think that would be right. And do you think it's right to tell your neighbor, well, I'm on town council, but I don't have any power because somebody didn't like me or somebody didn't place me on a committee or whatever the case might be? Thank you.
I believe it's yes, sir. Go ahead.
So Kevin, I'm going to just give a few comments on that. And I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with that. But just for some history, and I've sat through a lot of meetings. I was in the penalty box for 10 years. And it's the situation right now that you described could be crazy worse.
I understand.
There are people that I've seen mayors not even put them on any committees, and they get nothing. So it's bad and it's bad, but at the end of the day, all the final business is done right here. 9 people, final votes, and that's it. And I get what you're saying, but it's not like you're really silenced, because you could sit there, well, who's going to silence you? But, you know, I'm just sitting here thinking, man, I've seen it so much worse.
But that's not a reason.
You're right.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Sure,
I
yes,
don't
sir.
think that's a reason to, it could be worse, so we should just do this.
Yeah.
I think I think it's wrong, and I think, as much as I've had cooperative chairpersons, Bob, Gary have cooperated, even Will has put an item or two on the transportation agenda for me now and then. But I've had trouble even getting the meeting scheduled at times. Like, they don't feel it's important, or they don't have, it doesn't fit their schedule. It creates that subordination of a council member that just is not in accordance with what we're supposed to be, which is equals. Thank you.
Let me for clarity read what this says, just so everybody knows what we're voting on. Mr. Paglarine, where was that? Prior to inclusion on a council agenda, matters submitted by council members must be presented in writing no fewer than 48 hours prior to publication of committee agendas to the appropriate committee chair for inclusion on a committee agenda. Should the committee chair decline to place the matter on a committee agenda or fail to timely respond, the matter may then be placed on the council agenda. So this, as a point of clarity, Mr. Kinane, I'm not sure, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but if it's not put on the committee agenda, it can go on the council agenda. That's what the wording of the ordinance is saying. So I just wanted to read the ordinance.
So
That's not a personal rebuttal. That's just me reading the ordinance in case that's an issue. And now, yes, sir, you have.
Yeah, you're addressing me, so.
Right.
But you don't have to ask anyone for permission if you're a chairperson. That's the difference. I think this is a change in law, and we've had, under this mayor's reign, or under this council's reign, we have had public comment reduced, we've had the minutes reduced and shrunk down, and we had a few complaints of people that want to read those. And now we're trying to get the agendas limited and controlled. This is about control. We're trying to contract the control of 9 people on council into a smaller group of people. That's tyranny. That's why I'm against it. Thank you.
Mrs. Landing.
Can I ask then on a couple things like tonight where we had the form of council/mayor brought up on this without it going through a committee, would that in that case have gone to PJ&L first before it came here?
There's a thing, I don't know if you're asking me or the lawyer. I'll answer as chair. There is an exception for exigency. If there's a timing matter, which referenda are because of the August deadline, it's perfectly reasonable to put things like that on the agenda.
Okay, so there'd be exceptions for things that are urgent?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that in the thing?
Exigency. Okay.
Yes. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second for final reading. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve for final reading, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, by 7-2 vote, the final reading is approved.
Final reading, ordinance number 19041.
This brings us to item C, which is executive session, legal and contractual. If we were to go into executive session, the reasons would be a legal update on Brock versus the town of Mount Pleasant. You can see the reference there. B would be receipt of legal, administrative, and risk assessment update of contractual negotiations relative to the repair cost and liability issues associated with the town's contract to purchase 102 Hadrill Street, Mount Pleasant, also known as Wando Docks. If we go into executive session, council may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. The second reason would be personnel matters. Item A, consideration of and action upon contract renewal for the town administrator. B, consideration of applications to the Planning Commission C, consideration of applications to the Culture, Arts, and Pride Commission. D, consideration of applications to the Commercial Design Review Board. The same notice affects these, as was the first items, is that council may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. What is the will of council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could. Typically, executive sessions take a little while because we discuss a lot of stuff. And we've discussed the Wando Docks purchase several times, and I mean, it's quoted right here. And I think the town's attorneys, as of the last time, have done all their due diligence. I'd like to go ahead and just, let's vote now for this, and then we can just do the legal update on Mr. Brock.
Mayor?
May I ask what you mean vote now for this means? There's no vote to be had on Wando Dock. You mean to receive the information?
Yes. What I'm saying is, I don't think this needs to go in executive session
All right,
now.
hold on. Let me ask the attorney what we would do is, just a second, I'll get to you. If this were to happen, we would remove it from executive session and discuss it and then go into executive session on the other items?
Yes, sir, you can do that.
We can do that? Okay. Mr. O'Rourke?
I think a contractual matter should be in executive session, no matter what. And we have been very specific to our legal counsel to pretty much get this ball over the finish line. And that's been done, that's been articulated, and they've been working very hard to do that. I think they might want, I don't know what it's going to be about, but we may receive some information, but I don't think there's any vote that needs to be taken anymore on this issue.
And let me ask a question. Is any of this information, risk assessment, legal, administrative, relative to repair costs, is any of that embodied in the contractual agreement, or is this post-ownership information that we are talking about how it will affect us but has no bearing on the current contract because that's already been ratified? That's what I'm just asking, is that legal and contractual, or is that forecast for us as owners? That's the,
right.
Tom, do you see what I'm asking?
Mr.
here?
Mayor?
I do.
Yes, sir.
But
Yes, sir.
I think we might be missing something. If we don't own the property yet, and we start talking about a condition on that property, and they go to sell it to somebody else, and that deal falls through because we said something we weren't supposed to, that's not good. It probably needs to happen in the back room, because it's still contractual.
Just for clarification, this was not placed on by legal, but there is a legal element to it. It's mostly a result of some conditions and things that council probably should know about the subject property. So we are moving forward as requested by council and as voted on by council, and that's where we are. So we're not asking, legal is not asking for any votes as far as whether to move forward or not move forward, if that clarifies the matter.
I think you're saying what Mr. O'Rourke said, and I'm not trying to debate. I'm just trying to ask, are we in the clear legally that this would in fact be legal and contractual information if we do it in executive session?
Yes, sir.
That's the question I'm asking.
Yes, sir, I believe it would.
Okay.
Yes.
we just took 20 minutes to talk about why we should save 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that was pretty good.
Well, it's still a valid point, especially when you look at 1A. You know, we don't want to get sued for doing something in executive session that rightfully should have been in open session.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session for all the items listed on the agenda.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will be in executive session.
David.
Keep them guessing. Right. We stand reconvened from executive session. No votes were taken, no action was taken in executive session. However, there may be motions coming out of executive session in accordance to the notice that was read before we went in. Is there a motion from the floor? Mr. Brimmer.
Mr. Mayor, in regards to item C2A, which is a personnel matter, consideration and action upon contract renewal of the town administrator, I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with the action as discussed in executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next.
I'd like to make a motion to put Donald Campbell as planning commissioner.
We have a motion to.
Second.
And a second to nominate Mr. Don Campbell to the Planning Commission. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Take my motion.
Next, Culture, Arts, and Pride Commission.
I'd like to move to appoint Kelly Traeger to the Culture, Arts, and Pride Commission.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Scared me.
Once.
We have a motion. We have a second to nominate Kelly Traeger to the Culture, Arts, and Pride Committee. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. She is appointed. There being nothing further on our agenda, we stand adjourned.
Sure, you'll find one. Yeah.